mae'r clustffonau yma'n gweithio, rhai ohonoch chi sydd angen defnyddio clustffonau. Now, if you haven't understood what I've just said, you need one of these, you need a headset. That was a test, okay? So all you do is wear them like this. They're not designed to stay up, they fall down. And that's the switch. Switch on, and keep on turning to increase the volume. When Welsh is not being spoken, just switch them off. Back on again. Yeah? Off again.
Mae hyn yn bell o fod rhy dechnegol i fi, mae'n gymaint o weir sy'n bethau. Croeso i chi gyd, diolch o galon i chi gyd am ddod. Thank you all. I'll be doing most of my presentation in Welsh, but there's simultaneous translation, which is going out on the live feed as well. So welcome to you all, wherever you are. Diolch o galon, mi ddoth y diwrnod hwn. Ti'n glod ni? Diolch. Sorry, Larry. Siarad i gyflym. Ddoth y diwrnod hwn i fodolaeth drwy hap a damwain o sgwrs ges i efo John Egan, rhyw 6-7 mis yn ôl dwi'n meddwl. Oedd John wedi gweld bod yna gwydan ffawdd fawr wedi disgyn yn y wynllan yma, ac yn erfyn arno nhw i beidio thorri fyny fel coed tân, ond i wneud prosiect celfyddydol ohoni. A wrth cael yn glwmino i Junco, Graig John, a sgwrs i'r tîm yma, mi ddoth y syniad o gael symposiwm gyntaf i gael pobl sy'n delio efo coed, yn byw efo cadwraeth coed yn uchel yn eu meddwl nhw, a dechrau o fama ymlaen. Felly, jyst cychwyn y siwrna fydd hon heddiw, ac wedyn fyddan ni gobeithio yn arwain i ddigwyddiad arddangosfa yn 2026. Felly, diolch o galon John am ddod ar ysbrydoliaeth ymlaen ac y holl waith caled o'n cefnogi ni. Diolch yn fawr. Ond dwi am gyflwyno Dalen i chi, fydd yn gwneud llawer gwell job na fi o siarad. Mae hi di hen arfer o wneud hynny. Mae Dalen i'n byw ym Mhenllyn, bellach ers blynyddoedd maith, mwy na fi oedd hi'n byw yn Dyffryn Conwy, dwi'n siŵr, ond merch o Llanrwys yn wreiddiol, ond da ni chymryd ti fel merch o Benllyn bellach. Gyfarwydd i nifer o'n yn Gymru Cymraeg efo'r gwaith mae'n neud ar teledu ac yn y blaen, ond mae'n hefyd yn y ddynas busnes llwyddiannus iawn, a mae celfyddydan uchel iawn yn feddwl Dalen i, a mae wedi cefnogi y plas ys blynyddoedd. Felly diolch o galon Dalen i a croeso, a diolch i ti heddiw am arwain bod dim. Diolch.
Diolch, Gwyn. Diolch yn fawr iawn i Gwyn a croeso cynnes i bob un yna chi. Wel, symposium, be ar y ddaear ydy hwnnw? Oedd y cwestiwn cyntaf, achos pen o'n i siarad hefo John a Junco am y peth. When I was talking to John and Junco about a symposium, I wasn't quite sure what they meant. Ond symposium ar ddiwedd y dydd ydy sgwrs. Sgwrs rhwng cyfeillion yn trafod pynciau difyr. A dyna fydd yn digwydd yma heddiw. Ond dwi'n nabod John a Junco ers y funud oedd nhw i fyw ym Mhenllyn. Ac mae'n braf iawn cael deud i bod nhw bellach yn rhan o wead cymdeithas Mhenllyn. Maen nhw yn magu i plant, Dennis a Iasw yn Gymru, Cymraeg, cadarn. Maen nhw'n gweithio ac yn parchu y tir a'r amgylches sydd o'i gwmpas nhw, ac maen nhw'n creu pethau anhygoel. Ond y bwysicach na dim, mae'n fraint i mi gael galw y ddau ohonyn nhw yn ffrindiau. Ac mi fydd heddiw yn sicr yn ddiwrnod lle gawn ni ddod i nabod y ddau yn well, ac a gwybod am eu syniadau ffres, cynhyrfus nhw ar gyfer y dyfodol. Ond, fasa heddiw ddim yn bod heb gefnogaeth ariannol. Ac mae'n braf gyda i groesawu Gwenan Griffith, sydd hefyd o didweiliog wedi cael ei geni a'i magu yma ym Mhenllyn. A mae Gwenan yn gweithio i Eco Amgueddfa. Ac Eco Amgueddfa sydd wedi noddi heddiw. Diolch yn fawr iawn amdanyn nhw, a dyma hi Gwenan i ddeud gair neu ddau. Rhowch groeso iddi.
Diolch Dalini. Di pob yn clywed fi'n iawn? Mae'r tidweiliog takeover wedi cychwyn yn barod. Bore da bob. Mae mor braf cael bod yma efo chi gyd bore yma. Da ni fel criw Eco Amgueddfa mor falch o allu noddi y digwyddiad ffantastig yma. A gallwn ni'n aros i weld be fydd yn digwydd dros yr oriau, y dyddiau, yr misoedd nesaf efo'r prosiect. Ond i gychwyn, dwi'n mynd i gymryd chydig bach o'ch amser chi jyst i sôn yn sydyn iawn am brosiect yr Eco Amgueddfa a'r gwaith da ni wedi bod yn gwneud yn Mhenllyn ers y 10 mlynedd dwytha cwyliwch rhywbeidio. So, na i gychwyn off efo'r pethau syml. Be ydy Eco Amgueddfa? Wel, yn syml iawn, partneriaeth ydy rhwng 7 safle treftadol yn Mhenllyn, i gyd yn cydweithio, i gyd hyrwyddo diwylliant, treftadaeth a hanes yr ardal. Mae'r 7 safle yn cynnwys Nant Gwrtheyrn, Amgueddfa Forwrol Llŷn yn Efyn, Felin Ucha, Plas Carmel, Porth y Swnt, Plas yn Rhyw a Plas Glynweddw. So be da ni'n drio wneud? Wel, fel mae pob yn y stafell mae'n gwybod, mae'n andros y brysur yn Mhenllyn o Pasg i fyny at adeg yma'r flwyddyn. A wedyn mae'n gwbl groes yma wedyn yn ystod cyfnod yr Hydref a'r Gaea. So be da ni'n drio wneud ydy denu pobl i'r ardal yn ystod y cyfnodau tawel ar y flwyddyn. Ond mae'n bwysig nodi na dim trio denu mwy o bobl ar ben y niferoedd sy'n dod yma'n barod ydyn ni. Da ni jyst yn trio sbredio'r crowd yn hafal drwy'r flwyddyn, fel bod o fwy cynaladwy yn economaidd, yn amgylcheddol, yn ddiwylliannol ac yn gymdeithasol. Mae hyn yn golygu y swyddi sy'n draddodiadol wedi bod yn rhan amser yn gallu bod yn swyddi parhaol sy'n golygu bod pobl yn gallu byw a gweithio yn lle maen nhw wedi cael eu magu. Mae hefyd yn golygu bod yna gynnydd mewn ymwelwyr diwylliannol a bod o'n diwydiant twristiaeth 4 tymor. So sut mae'n gweithio? Mae y gyd yn ddibynnol ar gydweithio rhwng safleoedd yr Eco Amgueddfa a'r gymuned ehangach. So mae gennym ni wefan a sianeli cyfryngau cymdeithasol sy'n actio fel portal bach sydd yn derbyn gwybodaeth gan y safleoedd a'r cymunedau a wedyn mae'n ffiltro fo drwad i'r sianeli a'r gwefan i gynulleidfaoedd ar draws y byd i gyd. So, cynllun marchnata dio yn y bon, ond dydy o ddim yn gynllun marchnata arferol. Da ni'n licio cadw pethau'n lleol yn Mhenllyn. So mae bob cynnwys da ni wedi gwneud, neu bob adnodd da ni wedi greu dros y 10 mlynedd dwytha, wedi cael ei greu gan y gymuned bydd y gymuned. Maen nhw wedi cael ei greu gan artistiaid lleol, a lot o'n nhw yma fo ni heddiw. Dwi'n mynd i bwyntio neb allan, ond da chi gyd yma. Awduron, beirdd, haneswyr, datblygwyr gwe, fideograffwyr a ffotograffwyr. Lle mae Gareth yma'n pwyntio i gamera ta fi. A da ni'n cael yn cyllido gen Shared Prosperity Fund ar y munud. A cyn hynny Interreg drwy Ewrop. Wedyn mae'r gyllideb yna wedi galluogi ni greu defnyddiau sydd yn gallu cael ei ddefnyddio i hyrwyddo Mhenllyn am blynyddoedd i ddod. So beth sgynna i wan ydy, dwi wedi dewis y dethol rhyw 6 esiampl i chi o'r adnoddau da ni wedi greu. So ni yma tan dy Sul, so ni'n dangos nhw gyd i chi. So nawr ni gychwyn i ffwrdd efo'r teithiau rhithiol. Mae hein i gyd i'w gweld ar yn gwefan ni. A da ni wedi creu teithiau rhithiol o Tregeiri, Chwarel Trefor a Porth Ysgo. Mae'r esiampls yn y sleid mae fama yn dangos yr arddangosfa sydd yn Porth y Swnt ohono fo. Mae yna hefyd arddangosfa ohono fo yn Amgueddfa Forwrol Llŷn yn Efyn. Dych chi ddaderyn bach uwch i ben o yn sbio ar Tregeiri a mae yna wybodaeth yn dod i fyny fel dych chi'n yn pwyso ar y sgrin a felly. Mae yna adran ar yn gwefan ni o'r enw Darganfod Llŷn, ac yma welwch chi lwyth o wybodaeth am yr ardal. Nathon ni gomisiynu Aled Hughes, cyflwynydd radio teledu, i vlogio. Nath o gerdded yr hyd yr arfordir i gyd gan gynnwys llwybr y morwyr sy'n mynd â chi o Abersoch i Nefyn. A i gyd fynd efo'r teithiau, efo'r vlog, mae gennym ni ganllawiau digidol hefyd. A mae gennym esiampl i ddangos i chi, technoleg. Dyma chi sy'n mae'r teithiau rhithiol, yr canllawiau, dwi'n drysu methau fan, yr canllawiau mae'n edrych i gyd fynd efo vlogs Aled. So mae gennych chi fapiau, GPX, lle ydych chi'n gallu downloadio fo i'ch ffôn os ydych chi eisiau dilyn yr llwybr. A wedyn ar y hyd o, mae gennych chi waymarkers. Wedyn wrth i chi glicio ar y waymarkers, mae yna fwy o wybodaeth leol yn dod i fyny. Mae'n gallu bod yn hen lyniau, mae'n gallu bod yn fideos YouTube, sound clips. So mae'n ofnadwy o gynwysfawr. So mae gennym ni un o'r canllawiau yma ar gyfer llwybr y gogledd, llwybr y de, llwybr y morwyr, a hefyd llwyth o gylchdeithiau mwy lleol lle hefyd. Mae'n siŵr bod lot o'ch chi wedi gweld hein, sef y safaris bwyd gwyllt Llŷn. Da ni wedi cynhyrchu 7 hyd yn hyn. A be di hein ydi allbynna papur sydd, neu taflenni lle, a byrddau dehongli sydd yn dangos y bwyd gwyllt sydd o gwmpas bob safle Comgeddfa. A mae'r un sgynnon ni fama yn dangos y gwaith gan Tess o'r Bansga o Rhyd y Clafdy sydd wedi cynhyrchu yr un Plas Glynweddw. Os da chi eisiau gweld nhw gyd, mae yna gongol y Comgeddfa wrth y toilet a mae nhw gyd yna i chi gweld. Yn ogystal â'r gwaith celf, oedd yr artistiaid hefyd yn cynnal gweithdai efo plant ysgolion cynradd lleol. Dyma ni daflenni dysgu Cymraeg. Mae yna lwyth o hein, mae hyn yn andros o boblogaeth. Gafon nhw'n cynhyrchu ar y cyd efo Nant Gwrtheyrn. Mae gennym ni Cymraeg for Beginners, Cymraeg on your holiday, Cymraeg at home, Cymraeg in the cafe, Cymraeg in the pub, yr un mwyaf poblogaidd. A wedyn mae'r 3 ola yn rei newydd. Nathon ni gynhyrchu yna ar y cyd efo'r Eisteddfod Genedlaethol Llynedd ar gyfer y Eisteddfod yn Bodeuan. Un Cymraeg yn y theatr efo Theatr Genedlaethol Cymru. A'r un fwyaf diweddar, Cymraeg ar y rygbi pitch mewn cydweithrediad efo Undeb Rygbi Cymru. Gennym ni hefyd lwyth o allbynna papur. Mae gennym ni daflenni Comgeddfa, taith gerdded archeolegol rhyw, a'r un mwyaf diweddar sydd ddim allan eto, sef pasbort yr Comgeddfa. Be di hwn ydy llyfryn bach sydd yn dangos y 7 safle i chi. Wedi cael ei ddylunio gan John T. Story o fyny lôn yma'n Llanbedrog. A pwrpas y pasbort ydy gael chi fynd rownd bob safle Comgeddfa, cael stamp bach ar eich pasbort, ac ar y diwedd ydych chi'n cael 5 badge. Mae John T. fama ymlaen i yma. So ia, fe hynna, da ni wrthi'n dosbarthu hynna, so fe hynna allan yn yr wythnosau nesaf yma wan. Ac yn ola, wrth gwrs, da ni yn noddi digwyddiadau. Dros y blynyddoedd dwytha, da ni wedi noddi 3 BioBlitz, BioBlitz Llanbedrog, Plas yn Rhyw a Pwllheli, Penwythnos Natur a Badaron, 4 gwyl archeoleg, a mae'r nesaf yn cychwyn yma, Dydd Llun, ar 16th, Dydd Llun yma, tan yr ugeinfed. A penwythnos Porthi Penwaig yn Nefyn oedd yn mis Mehefin. So mae'r allbynnau me gyd yn esiampl o beth sy'n gallu digwydd drwy cael criw o bobl at ei gilydd i gydweithio. A maen nhw'n mynd i fod yn rhannu profiadau, ymarfer da. A dwi'n mynd i orffan efo motto tîm Pêl-droed Cymru, cryfach gyda'n gilydd, together stronger. Pan dyn ni'n cael criw o bobl at ei gilydd, mae yna bethau anhygoel yn gallu digwydd. Felly, diolch yn fawr iawn i chi.
Wel, Diolch yn fawr iawn i ti Gwenan, o hwnna'n agoriad llygad, gwych iawn. A diolch am fod mor barod i noddi heddiw. Ga i just checio bod pawb yn gallu clywed bob dim yn iawn. Mae yna un peth bach, mae'r boss yn ôl.
Can I just apologise to people online? We've been having some technical problems with people hearing, especially with the translation. So Larry's got the mic as close as you can to you, Larry, and they can hear you then. Felly, apologise to everybody online. We've had a few technical issues to start off with. Diolch.
But this is real life. Real telly. Hello. Os da chi gyd yn clywed bob dim? Everybody hearing everything right? Yay, thumbs up. Ond diolch, Gwenan. Diolch yn fawr iawn. That was a bit of an eye-opener, actually. I didn't realise that Echo am Geddfa did so much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Rwan ta, yn gryfach gyda'n gilydd. Dyna'n union ddudodd Gwenan, a dwi'n gwybod am ddau arall sy'n credu yn gry yn hynna heddiw yma. Ac yn ei bywyd bob dydd. A fasa heddiw, Coed, co-exist, ddim yn bod heb y ddau yma. Rhowch groeso cynnes, os gwelwch yn dda, i'r llwyfan gogoneddus yma, i Junko Mori a John Egan.
Hello. Actually, you're doing a talk first, aren't you? So I'll just sit here in silence, like, you know, I'm used to.
Is it on?
No, I'm joking.
Is it on? Oh, can you hear me? Oh, great. Oh, nervous. Okay. So, which one is forward? That one. That red one. That red one is forward. Okay, thank you. Diolch yn fawr. Bore da pawb. That's all I can say in Welsh. I took 2 years course and then I still really bad about it. And I hope I can catch up quite soon. My children is really fluent in Welsh. And even so, it's thank you for, especially my village, our village to the Welliog. It has been incredible. They are so croeso, welcome to us all the way through and supporting us all the time. And Ascot to the Radio has been incredible school, sports, art, craft. They are so on it. We are very, very lucky to be here. Thank you. So this is me talk. Sorry, it's my work. This is my husband John. He will talk in a minute. Sorry. Anyway, so my name is Junko Mori, and I'm originally from Yokohama. Red one? Hello. Diolch yn fawr, that's the end. So I'm originally from Japan, Yokohama. It's the south side of Tokyo, and I'm very, very fortunate. I grown up in kind of sort of in between nature, countryside, and quite close to the city as well. So we had both access, but my favorite hobby when I was little was going to nature, forest and rice field and pond, especially green, dirty, like the dirtiest, greenest, the best. And you find this crazy creatures through microscope because my brother had it. And then I was about 10. My hobby was collecting these water from local and then sketching these organism. And then, so when I was in primary school, I was kind of half listening what teacher was saying, but filling these patterns on any gap on the textbook. And just my head was this pattern was kind of taking over. So I often start this drawing without thinking final outcome. And so I just start and then propagate the patterns. So this is watercolor drawing. I went to Musashino Art University in Tokyo first. I took 3D design, and you have to go through 5 different materials. So metal, wood, plastic that time. It's closed now for many reasons. And wood and clay. ceramic. And then textile lecture, I discovered this use of watercolor ink. It's a translucent ink, really vivid color, and I fell in love. And then, so that's kind of sort of became my hobby as well. So, but you can tell the link to my childhood. Again, when I start drawing, I don't have any final design. I just start, let them grow, like a growing vegetable. So when I was end of second year, I took metal as a major because sounds very cocky, but textile and wood, clay, plastic, I felt I could manipulate material quite fairly easily, but metal was hardest. Like a boyfriend, John was the hardest person to track him down. I was like waving, I'm here, I love you, but then he never turned around. So it took me about you did. And then, but anyway, so I got bizarre obsession, harder to get, I chase. I'm always like this. So metal was definitely one of them. And then, then I was struggling, like for example, hammer raising project I did from sheet metal to make into ball. I'm the only one person out of 10,000 students in the past, I make it shrink for some reason. If you hit the metal, you normally stretch, but somehow my sheet metal was shrinking. It was very strange. But anyway, so metal, I got very strange relationship with metal. And then, so when this is when I was third year student, and first project, my professor said, do whatever you want. And then, so I kind of sort of linked to my drawing, like if I just chop lots of box section and then weld it without any preconceived idea. So that's the outcome. It's about 2 meter length, and I loved it. It's like a root vegetable. The outcome was something, it didn't exist in my head. So I felt like I created something from nothing. So everything was started from there. And then this is my graduation piece when I was 21. And then it's actually skull inside. My concept was like a sea urchin, the spike is coming out, but it's kind of, you lose kind of, like a human. You look great, but inside is like a little bit rotten. But other way around. So sorry about this, but I was quite heavy metal kind of girl, and then my head was quite complicated that time. And so very conceptual, but that time my professor said, what I do is all hand-forged metal, so my fine arts professor said what I do is craft, and the craft professor said what I do is fine art. So, okay, so no one likes me to be in their box. Okay, where I'm gonna go? And then I tried to get into fine art MA. I miserably failed, and no one wanted me. So I became welding assistant in a factory for a year. And then any technical skill I gained is actually from that whole year. I worked 8 to 5 in Tokyo with the amazing 70 years old boss and son, 40 years old. They were amazing. And it's precise welding skill, and I just loved it. It's not really nothing arty whatsoever, but I learned and earned substantial money. And then I came to Britain. And then London, I enrolled to Camberwell, so Camberwell College of Art in London. And then because when I came to London 1997 first, it was just a holiday for me to research. And then I went to Royal Academy, and the Sensation exhibition was on, everything conceptual, like a sheep in the tank and shark in the tank, that kind of level. And then I lost again, there's no box to myself to fit in. And then, but I went in New Designers Show, and then annual event, it happened in this country. And then there was a kind of sort of a showroom of all art college do, entire Britain, Scottish and Welsh University too. Then I found myself the box. There was a Camberwell College of Arts, and like a sort of, they was in the late 90s, they were calling So to the non-functional crafts like applied arts, somehow crafts was a dirty word that time, almost like a granny that people associate with the granny knits kind of thing. Why not, actually, really? But sort of regarded as not high standard sort of activity in our field, and I felt that a lot when I was a student. But I was believing craft, hands-on making is my background, and so I wanted to pursue. And then this course, Campbell, was offering that, basically. And then it's all experimental material practice and hands-on activity, and the students' work was amazing. Then I started it, but lots of tutors said, stop making things, and then I know you got welding background and also skill already, so stop banging metal. Just go to library and research. You need a reason what you do. Okay, reason. So I started research. And then I had this research about, every time I do the repetitive process, I felt really good. I feel meditative. So I chosen dissertation topic was brain, how neurologically works when we do repetitive task. And then I discovered, so I went to King's College Library the most, it was the neurology section. And then I discovered the two brains, and then one brain, back brain, in a small brain, is actually, people call it ancient brain, like in charge with motion, sort of memory. So once you start learning piano, or trying to ride a bicycle, you kind of struggle physically trying to frontal brain working so hard to work out how your brain and body connect, like how to work. And then, but once you repeat the action, practice, it's called, isn't it? And then once you learn that movement, that's stored to the small brain. So you remember, like a lyric of old, song, you remember it. Then I encountered this report about this William de Kooning, the New York painter. Later on his career, he lost memory, got Alzheimer. The dementia and Alzheimer disease is called disease on the frontal brain, big brain, but small brains totally working. But so he was waking up and then grab paint and then doing painting like a routine because it's stored in the small brain. But frontal brain, the thinking parts of it, is gone. So his brain became like a back to when he was painting as if when he was teenager. So that was fascinated me. So like it's really interesting, like artistic. So my kind of repetitive sort of, let's move on to this, which is basically muscle, brain's muscle. So if you train, repeating the same action information, so if your synapse, like a nerve system, is basically trained to, even emotion, action, motion, everything is actually muscle memory. So if you, receiving happy events all the time, you became a happy person. And it sounds ridiculous, but I realized that's how our brain works. So of course, when I'm doing the metalworking repetition, I actually ended up using small brain more than frontal brain. So my frontal brain is actually empty. Then, because then another thing is when I was doing the Campbell College of Art, this is a degree work, but I was still didn't work out. I was in a mess, like what I'm doing, I'm not researching enough, so what is going through, and then what I got panic attack. It's quite well known for the beginning of depression, I suppose. But I was quite fully aware what's going on, hyperventilation. I couldn't breathe properly. It's quite tough that time. But I realized, that's kind of realized my physical reaction is like, oh, I'm using too much on the frontal brain. How am I going to empty this? Then I realized it's this. I don't know how I can actually. Is it? Sorry. that's a hand forging process. I spend hours and hours like this in the studio. And then when I'm forging, I feel really calm because I'm not using frontal brain, aren't I? So then panic attack is basically overusing of your frontal brain. So you need rest. But sleeping is a completely different thing. Apparently only minor repetitive task is actually you can release this hormone to clean your frontal brain. So cleaning, mopping floor or chopping carrots, hundreds of them, or weeding in the garden, it's actually super good. You're basically emptying the rubbish from your frontal brain, which sleeping doesn't do it. It's actually you need physically act and doing this process to clean your brain. So this is a minor task, checking the lengths of, sorting the lengths of the components before welding, but I found it's really calming. You don't think anything else, just the lengths of the lengths. Mundane sort of process. So this is the 2000, and my first project started a 3D dimensional attempt of all hand-forged components assembled together without any final outcome. Then I'm like a farmer, I let them grow and starting like just welding one morning and then spend hours on repetitive action. So this is this is going to be lots of bombarding with the lots of images. So it's all hand-forged mild steel, and then I would say 80% of the making process is forging, and then assembling is fairly quick because it's. This way. So this is it's called propagation projects. I named it in 2000 because I want to propagate the shape. Also, that my practice and thought philosophy is also still developing and propagating. So this is my career highlight. It's in the British Museum in Japan section, in the same cabinet of ancient steelwork. What an honor. Thank you, British Museum. And then you can go and see it. And so it's still going. This is last year's really ginormous, this one. It's about like a 90 centimeter diameter. This is actually from post-towing, the kelp forest. When I was diving, there was a kelp, the little bush of it, and then I inspired by. So when I moved to Wales, it's just inspiring so much because this is a Snowdonian, like a lichen overdose. There's one forest near Portsmouth, my favorite lichen paradise there. This is actually named Wales Forest. Actually, I'm really enjoy the early spring after long winter. Forest floor. There's a lot, species coexist and then gushing out together. Then I introduced with the silver in 2001, and silversmith called Chris Knight said, you better attempt in silver. Then I couldn't afford the material, and Sheffield Essay Office raised hand and sponsored me. And I received this 10 kilogram of pure silver rods one day, and it left in the foyer, and no one attending. And and then so since I'm doing, I must admit, financially speaking, silver feeds us. It's incredible appetite in our market, but still is catching up at the moment. And then this is a silver crowd. It's very big, but really big, and then it's see-through because it's a whole hand punch through. But this is a funny story. It's actually should I mention that? It's actually this existed in a cruiser yacht in Croatian Adriatic Sea, but that ship sank, and apparently, no one was hurt apparently. And then if you're diving there, please search this guy. But in my head, it's maybe there are lots of fish swimming about. It would have been beautiful, I think. And yeah, so I'm developing silver and steel both. And then this is the 10 Downing Street commission. And since I kind of combine steel and silver together as well, and I kind of learned how to do cast bronze as well in recent days. And my mission next is to do in copper. And so I'm a little bit metal nerd, and my practice is still developing. So my work website is junkomori.com, and Adrian, I have to mention Adrian, because Adrian Susum, my dealer, has been incredible ambassador. He's pioneer for modern crafts. He bridged between antique market and modern contemporary. He brought contemporary crafts in a different context. He's an amazing dealer. I'm very, very fortunate. That's Instagram. I normally, Gavi is here. She works for me and makes amazing work in process video. So yeah, you can check out. That's it, diolch yn fawr. Pastor John.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm John Egan, husband, and very similar. It's actually listening to your talk. It's very similar upbringing, except mine was in Anglesey. I don't know if I can click that. Oh, that's not that one actually. It's a different. Yeah, that's our. Yeah. There's just my name on it, I think. That's okay. So this is. Yeah, just again, it's like an ego boost. It's like telling you about myself, and this is Making Little. Is like it's sort of it's the company we did, but it's the company I use. That's just about. I think it was actually Barris Dennis. It was the name came from just literally we had our first child and it was making something that's little together. So basically, that's where it came from. Really, the main drive of my craft and why I was so excited when you see fallen trees is because I love getting timber, and it all started when I was a little boy. I lived in Llanfairpwll, and there's a woods not far from me, but further enough that it was really difficult to drag wood back. So I was really little, and because I was the youngest, I'd just get out of the house and run away, and I'd just grab bits of trees and try to drag them back home. I didn't know why I was doing this. I think I just loved lifting stuff. And I'd just drag them back, try and cross a busy road near Britannia Bridge, and then drag them up to my house. And then I'd get my dad's blunt chisels and just try and hack at them and make them into shapes. Again, I just don't know why, but then I just falling in love with art and drawing and that sort of creativity because of it, really. And then, as I've got written there, as I got older, the necessity of local wood became the priority, because it was like, actually, I love the fact that I can get material from where I live. It seemed like the most logical thing. So when you see, the wood world, when you see sort of wood brought in from all different places, it was like, I wonder why it's not from here, and living on the Llŷn, there's not that many trees really, especially where we live. But then Kevin Amlockham Estate, David, he's got some amazing trees there, and he very kindly let me get some of them and plank them up, and thus my journey became even more exciting, finding local timber. And as I've written there, it's about sort of the antiques of the future, not in a vain way, but about that sort of carbon capture of CO2. So when you actually buy some wooden furniture, this is kind of a main drive. You're actually locking in CO2, and if you look after it, if it's a very beautifully made piece of work, then you look after it, and it becomes this reverse coal mining. And interesting fact that I heard recently was that coal will never have that again because fungus. So in the old days, before fungus, trees existed and they fell down, and then they became coal. But then fungus and different bacteria came along, and now if a tree falls down, it rots away. So we'll never have coal again. So in my head, I was like, let's reverse coal mine. Let's make as much wooden stuff as we can and look after it. And so that's where sort of the joy of making wood pieces come from, that kind of same thing you went through, is that kind of, why am I doing this? Like, why am I dragging this 7-ton tree away from here and, you know, moving it in segments all around, like the house, and, you know, cluttering a house with bits of wood everywhere, you know. So these are some of the bits of furniture I make. This was a beech tree from Kevin. I'm looking at that. Yeah, similar to here, actually, about 150-year-old beech tree that came down. Yeah, the joy of dragging that around, really, but carving all the details, where I live, being influenced by all the mammals. For some reason, I just love all the sheep and animals and the elegance of the mammals that we're surrounded by. So I wanted to sort of bring that into the work as well. And I'm quite big on eco stuff, I suppose, if you might not have guessed. But so all the coloration is done by burning as well. So everything's highly sanded, wetted and sanded and wetted and sanded. And then when you burn it, you can get this lovely carbonized black feel about it. So everything about it, we're trying to be as ecological and local as possible. These are examples where I try and use the whole tree as well. So often you get a chipper and you'll just chip all the tree except the main beautiful planks that everyone wants. But I was trying to come up with a design how I can use all the whole tree. So these are bits of the canopy on the beech tree, and trying to make them into products. And again, it's all burnt. It's a kind of ebonizing effect. It's a very exciting effect to do when you're actually doing it. And these are like chopping boards, so there's some of the branches. And having a blacksmith as a wife, there's always bits of metal lying around. So I started heating them up and using to burn shapes and things like that. Yeah, again, more stuff. We've got like hooks. So the real top of the canopy, I'd cut a dovetail in the back so you get this invisible joint on the wall, just trying to use it all up. And details of carvings. I've kind of got this weird obsession with Greek sculpture and hair and things like that. So I want to try and get that more in my work, and I love the history of sculpture as well through that. Back to that eco stuff, I built a few buildings, our house, Junko's workshop, my workshop, and some cabins and other stuff as well. And I've tried to use as much local timber as possible. So the larch, not too dissimilar from here, but probably from Mid Wales, to be honest, about the furthest I go. It's all made from larch and eco materials and breathable membrane, so the whole house breathes, and plaster, lime plaster and stuff like that inside. This was an old cow shed. I think that's the remaining bit of the building, so we built that on. It looks incredibly small in this photo, but it's a proper size house. It's not a little miniature one, but... and this is Junko's workshop that we're pretty much finished now. So this is an old pig shed that we built this structure on top, which was again similar materials again. So, and it's amazing compressed wood for insulation. So you have to go thicker than all the plastic stuff, but it's incredible stuff. And the air quality, because we've got old part of the house and the new part of the house connected, and the air quality is amazing in the new part. It's just it's not damp, it's just really, really lovely, than rather than living in the 300-year-old cow shed that had no foundations. And so, yeah, and this is, again, Junko's workshop. Some crazy yellow doors. And ping pong, which is very important. Yeah, so the next slide. Oh, yeah, and then this all led to, obviously, the interest in wood. And I was really, really lucky enough to go to Japan to a wood culture society, it's called. But it's basically this very, very talented master called Taksan. He runs these workshops there for mainly foreign visitors, but he's got lots of local people there as well, because in Japan I researched about wood being being taught wood in Japan, and I was too old already. Basically, you had to start when you were sort of 18 years old, because it's a 20-year process of apprenticeship, and then from there you might be allowed to do something else, and you know, it's like that's it, you know. But this place was quite westernized, so you could come and do a week, you know, and learn literally just how to sharpen a tool, which I was there for a month, and I still just on the cusp of understanding how to sharpen. It's these are all the guys, actually. The two guys at the back, Taksan, the master's over there. This chap here, he was incredibly amazing at sharpening. He'd make his own planes it's just incredible skills that. And then this poor lad here, he's 20 years old, Togo-san. The master said to him, "Here's a plank of elm. Plane it by hand." And so basically, I think he spent 3 months on it every evening, about 3 or 4 hours every evening, just hand planing this piece of elm, totally flat. And I don't know if anyone, the woodworkers here, but if you ever try and plane a piece of elm by hand, it's absolutely nuts. The grain is everywhere. You have to stop and you have to sharpen that tool to the amazing degree. And he did an incredible job. And I was there at the end when he'd finished, which was very lucky. All incredible place. So if you ever manage to go over to Japan, it's really worth going there. And they've got like a chair museum, and they've got hundreds of different chairs from all around the world. And if you like chairs, if you don't, that's probably quite boring. Yeah, but and this was my daunting. When I first got there, it was like, "That's yours, Johnson." And I was like, "Oh, okay. What do I do?" And it's like, "Well, I don't know. What are you doing?" "Well, I don't know. What am I doing?" So it had a first couple of days of what the hell am I doing? And then it quickly, after a night of just going like, what the hell am I doing? And then I woke up the next morning and realized, oh yeah, it's easy. I've got no children, no offense children. I've got no wife. It's just here by myself and I'm just making. And I haven't had that for so long, and it was an incredible feeling just to have a month of making. But really what it turned out to be was a month of sharpening. And because I didn't bring any tools, he had a box of old tools and they were all broken. I've got some tools here. You can have a look. And I just made my own hand planes and things like that. So I think this is me fixing this little hand plane. It's called a canna. And I was very satisfied trying to get this wood to fit in perfectly, and thinking, oh yeah, I got it in and I'm amazing. And then the master showed me this box that he made, and this, well, you can't hear the sound. You can't hear the sound, can you? But the click is like exquisite, and he's the master of making these boxes, yeah. So he didn't show me to show off. He just showed me because I was interested, but I was very much put in my place of like the skill that these people have. So I'm really hoping actually not to jump the boat a bit, but with this leading to an exhibition, we talk about this being phase 1 and phase 2, but hopefully phase 3 is actually sort of bonding, or we all probably have links with different countries, hopefully bonding those links to different people, and ours is Japan, and trying to get that link of craft and skill as well over here, and having conversations with other countries would be amazing. Oh, that's it, isn't it? Yeah, God, I've rushed through this. Sorry about that. Well, not sorry for you, but yeah. So we're actually going to talk about this now, Coexist. So we've got a selection of slides. They look a little bit like we've been on holiday and we're showing you some slides of our holiday. But it will make sense in the end. We're talking about why we're here and how we've grown to love craft and here, isn't it? Yes. So
we met each other in Manchester through Crafts Council scheme called Next Move. It was 2000. He doesn't remember this, but and then so in the interviewing room, he turned up totally shaved head, totally pale, stink of whiskey. But anyway, and then he was so chatty. Yeah, sorry about that. But he was chatty with everybody, all the nervous students waiting for the interview room. And then this is basically funding from Crafts Council and Northwest Arts that time, and then basically cherry pick these students to send it to Northwest to university. So there was 5 locations: Preston, Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Cumbria. Then my placement, I've been chosen luckily, and then I've been sent to Liverpool Hope University, and then you were
Preston,
Lancaster.
Yeah.
And then so we went to a separate way, but so I remember him at the interview room, but he doesn't remember. And then we got together in Manchester, later on for the business training. You get these training, and then since we became really good friends, then we come to North Wales, Hell's Mouth, especially Portsmouth,
few decades of surfing, yeah.
So every weekend we kind of left
But all during
Friday
the winter,
evening.
we'd just be sleeping in your Nissan Micra.
Yeah.
You know,
Sorry, it's
Yeah,
so
t-
sorry, dodgy in the car park.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be done. In the car, it
Yeah,
should
yeah,
be
yeah,
camping
yeah.
properly.
keep wells
everybody.
clean.
Yes, we are young.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah. But
apologize.
then-
And then, yeah, so that's we got connection in Wales since over 20
So
years.
the drive home got harder and harder. So every time we drove back to Manchester, it felt like we were going the wrong way. You know, especially I was from Wales. It's like falling in love with Wales again. From being that grumpy teenager leaving and coming back, it's been like an amazing experience. And
Yeah. So
Yeah.
and then another end is I had allotment in Manchester. I love growing vegetable since when I was young, and then so in Japan, both my grandparent generation, so like before war, straight after war, Japanese women have to grow vegetable on the side, and probably Britain is the same. But that lost, that knowledge is lost now, and then my parent generation didn't like doing that, but luckily grown up with my grandmother, so I grown up with fresh vegetable. It just taste of tomato, gorgeous. It's totally different thing, and then so I wanted that. So Manchester, I had that allotment. So then, we found this house in Tilbury. It was so bad, really
pretty
bad.
run down, isn't it?
Run down, no roof and stuff.
Yeah.
So we moved, and then Dennis was 1 month
1
old.
month old, yeah.
Yes. So we didn't know anybody here, and then so we got kind of first 2 years was a bit tough, but we concentrate on raising baby and keep going my practice and
But yeah,
stuff.
when Dennis went to school, the community is like opened up to you, isn't it? So
Yeah.
and once you open up to the community, everyone's so incredible here. It's like a very welcoming lot. Yeah, diolch yn fawr, yeah. And this was Junko's pig shed that we were renovating at the time. So I wasn't a builder, but I kind of fooled myself that I was, and then we quickly built something because Junko's the earner at that time, and still is, and we had to like get it up and running quickly, isn't
Yeah.
it? So.
And then, so we were really poor, limited money, so we recycled everything. If I look back, it's very bad. Corrugated roof, never recycle it. There's just too much hole on it. And
it's so leaky. You don't recycle or
don't
corrugate.
recycle that.
Yeah.
And then,
Doesn't
but
work.
we ended up kind of I been working the workshop until really recently, leaky roof and everything. But it made it over 13 years, my practice
The
keep
roof
on
got
going.
blown off once, didn't it? The whole
Yeah,
thing.
completely gone and stuff.
Yeah,
by
it's pretty windy
dust.
here, isn't it?
Yes.
And then I helped out at Velin, I think. I can't remember when it was, but just briefly helped out with some work.
Yeah,
Velin
amazing
Ocaff
place, Vellingham.
is a centre here, incredible green wood oak buildings and stuff like that. But I helped out there just building a timber frame. I think it was the boathouse, which gave me some confidence then to sort of make our own, this is my workshop at home. This is what the first thing I kind of made properly, really. Yeah. And then that's what led to my other talk. It just led to all the other buildings being made. So having that confidence and growing with the local materials to actually build these workshops. So the reason we're talking about this is connecting to this Coed Coexist. So it started that love of getting the materials from the location itself. So again, this is the wood that was the table. So this was the beech tree. And then going to a chap called Bo, which I don't think he's here, but he's a really talented New Zealand chap who's lived here for many years, and he's brilliant at planking the wood in Bodian. Yeah. Again, it's just locally sourced, getting the timber locally has been an amazing process.
And then we go like a walk. That's Atta Kingsway, and that's Cronbellog, I think. But every time we go for walking, it's a place, geological offering almost, really inspire our practice. And then we often talk like, this place is all like a geographically land being scraped this way because it's fantasizing. Because it's windy, tree became this shape or rock became this shape. There's always a story behind it. And
But yeah, it's like that we realise the geography. The geography is so romantic, and it makes the cultures. It makes it just makes the everything. It's like the foundation. So all the water mills and the making the wall. You know, Wales has so much amazing geography, and it's making this amazing culture, which I find similarities to Japan, isn't it? Has that
so like Japan is mountains. There's 70% of land. Luckily, it's not livable. So like nature is preserved, just because you can't go chop wood. It's just too steep.
So 70% is covered in trees, isn't it?
Yes, covered.
Yeah.
So that we live on the edge. So very lucky in a way. And then, but each village has story. There's a certain reason why that village became what that is. Like a fishing village, we do amazing fish.
Bowl-making villages. And
like ceramic because of the clay they get. And so when we traveling Wales, full of a story like that, slate and the wool mill, it's all everything to do with geology. Then this is a kind of funny example, like a Japanese noodle called Nagasaki champon. So when we went to Nagasaki, and then so Nagasaki is the only port open during Edo period. So government closed for over 250 years, and then the only port open. So that's quite close to Korea and China, but so the trade was still on. So Nagasaki, where my parents came from, was actually really interesting. There's a church, there's a lot of Christian sad story there because it's Shogun said no. There's a lot interesting story around there. But this is a kind of complete hybrid between Chinese cuisine noodle and the Japanese, kitchen just basically put anything. Champon means mix up everything.
It's kind of the poor man's meal, wasn't it? It's all the bits left over.
But it was delicious. So it's over 400 years, still it's a delicacy over there. And then Castella, for example, it's Portuguese, actually. It's 400 years ago. Portuguese trade starts, and then Portuguese people brought this spongy thing, delicious, and then we didn't have butter. So instead, Japanese kind of sort of tweaked it, how to make it nicer. So we had a wheat, egg, sugar, but sugar is from rice syrup. So rice syrup make really gooey, this sponge, but so yummy. But its ingredients are only 3, sugar and egg and wheat, flour. And then still, 400 something years on, still selling as a top souvenir, as a product. It's a hybrid again. Then we researching these, I love Welsh stuff. And then when you Google it, research it, and then it's again the geological reason. Is it 12th century? I can't remember.
12th century,
yeah. Probably all Welsh people know better this, but it's all the geological reason because it's a water mill. So, the mill needed the engine, which was a water mill.
Obviously the wool was there.
Need to be turned.
So it's this fantastic romanticness of we'll bring all these elements together to make what we can, isn't it? And it's amazing. I think humans are fantastic. We can make these incredible things by our geology of where we are, and that's what we're trying to start with this. Because this project started because of the geology of where we are, and hopefully it'll go on to that. And it's like a really good selling thing, especially eco and gumda, if I say that correctly. Saying about that tourism, spreading tourism out, it's really so similar of how to build stories to sell to people, because that's what you've got to do. Not just tourists, but to the Welsh people, and it's selling these stories. And Japan somehow is abundant with it, and here is as well, but it's just like in Japan it's just so much, isn't it?
Yeah, so much of it. So if you go to
everything is like an event, a festival for every day. There's something going on.
Yeah, if you leave 50 miles away from Tokyo, there's some sort of cuisine you can't eat in Tokyo. Then if you farther away, and every region has somehow character. Singing, festival, food, it's really all to do with the regional geological offering. Bizarre. And then, seaweed, I eat them, but you guys don't eat anymore. And then it's so sad because lava seaweeds, it's delicious. We eat them.
It's the same seaweed that you use for sushi paper. It's
basically the
same stuff,
species. And then that's from post-sowing, and then I collect them and make them in late March. late March is best season to pick, and then it's so delicious. And then, so these things, again, local offering, isn't it? The nature offers us to do stuff. Then this making little crafts, we started in 2017. Daloni at Coed Tattoos allowed make us this space to set marquee, and me and John did this crafts crafts workshop.
Yeah.
And then one side is wood, one side is metal. And then, so we
had a little area to sell, like, so everyone was helping, they could sell their produce in there as well, so we were trying to support the local makers.
Yeah, so we did it 3 times, and then kind of obviously in 2019 was the last one. We wanted to do it 2020, but COVID stopped us. So that's the local makers we helped, and there was more people behind this actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did that in post-towing.
But it's very similar to what we're trying to sort of do here, isn't it? But it's just a sort of broader, bigger scale, isn't it?
Yes, so hoping lots of artists come and then chip the idea, basically chip in the idea.
So this is that beginning of artists like all of you here and people watching to come together to form the ideas for this Coed Coexist, and then hopefully in 2026 it will develop into an actual work that we'll have here. It doesn't actually have to be out of the beech tree. This is why we're talking about soil and we're talking about stories, so it can be anything, but we want it to be related to this very local area, and we see what grows from it, and hopefully, as I mentioned, it will keep growing, hopefully to Japan, or it will, it can grow in every direction, but it'd be very exciting. Hopefully that can happen.
Yeah. So quickly, as John said, John makes charcoal. I made that device, and this amazing film called The Need to Grow.
Yeah, an American chap who made this loop of energy where they made charcoal, which let off CO2, and then plankton ate the CO2, and then let off methane, which fed the fire, and then the byproduct of it was electricity, which is a very handy byproduct, and it made incredible compost. So you add the plankton to the charcoal, and that made incredible compost for plants to grow, which then after watching that, we're trying to recreate that ourselves. Not the electricity.
So this is our house, John's obsession with compost.
Well, soil,
Huge compost area in our site. And then this is this is ridiculous, but this is real. Like as soon as I got polytunnel last 10 years, and then as soon as I start using John Egan's special compost, and just stupid vegetable start growing big and tasty.
But it didn't just grow big and disgusting.
It's actually
it stayed
really
tasty. And it stayed, it had more nutrients in it, It's
just simple. The soil is everything, basically. And then
eat that toad, I don't know why.
I did, but frog lives in polytunnel, and then this is an annual September acorn picking. We grow oak tree. It's quite easy actually to do, just to try to plant oak tree more. So they're back to this. This is going in with you. This garden. This morning we walked, and this beautiful huge tree fell. Yeah, we have to be quick. And then so we kind of sort of processed. We decided to we send the proposal this April. Going, thank you. It's been so fast to come to this far, and thank you, Eco. I'm going far to sponsor this, but this is just my beginning. Basically, we are calling for artists and poet, musician, chef, anything could be. So we aim in 2026. We need more fund for this to commission artists, and maybe making new noodle. You never know, like a Welsh, like a mushroom seaweed flavored noodle.
That's the symbol of the coexist. It's like everyone coming together from whatever warp of life, making craft as the
So David, Nash, Peter, thank you for filming today. Culture Colony, they've been documenting artistic practice over years, and then Peter offered to film today and live streaming today. Thank you. And then Peter had a long friendship with David Nash, just iconic, legendary artist, woodworker, lives Festiniog, and he lent us to use his film and said, take just enough and give back more. And just as artists, we should do the same, basically.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Diolch o galon. Thank you both. Fantastic. Yna un peth technegol dwi eisiau dweud i'r pobl sy'n gwylio o adra. Mae yna ddwy sgrin, felly os ydych chi, wrth gwrs, yn dall Saesneg, cliciwch at screen top, fydd yn haws i chi. For people, again, virtually joining us, you have two screens, so when anybody will be speaking in Welsh, obviously go for the one that's translating, and then anybody who's presenting in English, it's much easier for you to go to the other screen at the top, or you'll have a double sound. So apologies for not explaining that earlier. A diolch o galon I John a Junco, you've made it all possible. A diolch hefyd I Alex Boyd-Jones a Mena Thomas sydd wedi joinio'r tîm efo ni flwyddyn yma sydd wedi gwneud y holl waith, a Jessica a Sian yn gwneud y gwaith admin. Mae yna lwyth o waith yn y cefndir dyn ni fewn I hwn, a wedi bod yn bleser bod yn rhan o'n efo. Hoffwn hefyd, a fel sy'n dweud yn dechrau, I would like to thank Gwenan Griffith here, Necom Geddfa. It wouldn't happen without you, Gwenan, especially with the funds. Thank you so much, because this live streaming is so technical, but Peter's he's the man in Wales. Without Peter's archive, we wouldn't have, half of the rich quality arts archive we have today. Peter's just amazing. So thankfully, this is going to be on Culture Colony for forevermore. And obviously, the David Nash film, you are privileged because you're the only ones who've seen that, and the people at home, you're the only ones who've seen that. It's a special half-hour film he's done especially for today. And that quote that John gave, they take, what do they say? Take a little and give back much more, which is what we want to live by. It's all about sustainability, including tourism in Gwynedd, and that's what we're trying to do for many years. The Welsh language is dear to our heart and an asset to us as well, but we want to protect it, and it's all part of the ecosystem here. So diolch yn fawr. Daleni, take it from here. Diolch.
Well, John and Junco, all I can say is wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much for opening our eyes and just to see what's under our feet here. And it's amazing. Maybe so many things that we really do take for granted. Ond da chi'ch dau wedi agor yn llygyd ni. A dwi'n meddwl yn union fel mae John a Junco wedi deud, bod posib gweithio gymaint mwy efo'r hyn sydd dan yn traed ni. A gobeithio mae dyna ydy dechrau Coed, coexist, ydy gweithio hefo'r hyn sydd ganddo ni a parchu yr hyn sydd ganddo ni. Ond falle fysa siwrne John di bod yn wahanol heblaw am y coed that you've received from Cefn Amlwch. A da ni'n andros o lwcus. OK, Tidweiliog, tribe. Da ni yma I gyd heddiw. Gwenan, fi, John, Junco, ag Dafydd Wyn Finch. Dafydd, da ni'n hynod o falch bod chdi wedi gallu dod yma heddiw. Mae Dafydd wedi eni a'i fagu yn Hydweiliog. Yay! Ag yn ffarmio ag yn dirfeddianwr yma yn Llŷn a hefyd mae hyn yn double whammy. Dyffryn Conwy o lle dwi'n dod. So croeso cynnes iawn I ti Dafydd. Ti eisiau eiste? OK.
Diolch yn fawr iawn am y gwahoddiad yma. Dwi'n hapus ofnadwy I fod yma. Definitely need a mic.
Maybe this one.
Does that work? Yeah, gweithio. Just a little sort of slightly less cultural anecdote. The only time I've met Junco before is that I was summoned by Junco and John for, let's call it a little sort of sewage symposium, because we're neighbours. And soon after they moved in, they were having trouble with their drains, and they were wondering if it was my ditches troubling their drains. But anyway, so Elwyn and I, the digger man, we were summoned down to where they live, and to discuss the sewage problems. And we had no idea who they were. And then she very kindly showed Elwyn and I into her baie de bach, where all this incredible work was going on. So anyway, that's the first and actually only time I've met Junko. Anyway, we have the extreme good fortune to be farmers on the north side of Penllyn, about 5 milltir o fama. Ac mae gennym ni, we farm, and we also have some woodland. Now I'm 54, and I always thought I'd always had in my mind that trees were cool, but trees are for old people. And I've suddenly reached the stage in my life about 5 years ago where my eyes were open to how amazing trees really are. So we've had these woodlands which have sort of just been, I suppose, they've sort of been doing their thing, asleep. But then about 5 years ago, along with my farming, I sort of began to have a completely sort of new look at how we did things, because what I realized was that everything's one-dimensional, yeah. So and separate on our patch. So we have the farmland sits there and grows one thing, grass. There are some coniferous forests there that do one thing, grow conifer trees, all the same age and all that sort of thing. And then actually we had some deciduous woodland, which also is of the same age, about 100, somewhere between 100 and 200 years old, and that they're all sort of separate from each other, and what's really going on, what's happening. And I realized that I hate clear felling of forests. How trees, commercial trees these days are grown like carrots. Up they come and over they go, and it looks like the Somme for about 10 years, and nothing's there. And the other thing I realised was that I've been up where I live at the moment, just for now. Dod yn ôl I Tydweilog yn fuan iawn. I've been walking, I've been exercising in a vast woodland near us in the Gwydr forest, and it was planted over quite a long period of time, and I noticed how the energy was completely different in different parts of the wood, depending on what was growing there. So when you have single species conifers, Sitka spruce or whatever it is, then it's almost dead. Nothing, the energy's bad. It's a bit sort of creepy, a bit scary. Nothing going on under the woods there. Just these things growing like carrots straight up. And but then there were other parts of the wood where there was Scots pine, there was Douglas, there was a mix, there was sort of heather growing underneath, and it just felt it was much more uplifting to be in those woods. So I suddenly realised that what was going on in our woods. So it's been an excellent journey, and I mean there's a long way to go. But we're working on our farmland. Because our farming has all been about sort of the physical side of things and the chemical side of things. Yeah, so we've been growing a lot of food, but obviously using synthetics, and we'd like to sort of move away from that. But we also want to be we're farmers, we're producers, we're obsessed with producing things. So we want to produce lots of nutrient-dense food as well. So we're on a fascinating journey about learning more about our soil and how we work better with that, and what we can do with this amazing thing called photosynthesis, which is the key to everything. We've been going around the houses a bit on it, and is it all about the grazing? Is it all about this? Is it all about what you do, what you don't do? But in fact, it's all about the plants, and the plants photosynthesizing as at their maximum capacity in order to be able to put energy into growing themselves, but also be able to partition energy, carbon down into the soil in order to feed the soil life down there. So we're working with some amazing people about how we go about improving that. So anyway, then that, so, and in the end, I want to sort of connect the coniferous, the deciduous, and the farmland and the non-productive farmlands together somehow. And I don't really know how that'll happen. But for now, we're starting the journey whereby we are with the deciduous forestry was invaded completely by ponticum, laurel, rhododendron, all this stuff around here. So we've done a big project to eradicate that. Trying not to use chemicals, and that's going pretty well. We do have to use a little bit of chemicals, sadly, just to get them under control. So 18 months ago, we cleared it all out, and it's amazing how different that feels already. The light that's going on there, that's coming into the getting to the forest floor, is extraordinary things are beginning to happen. Underneath all these laurels, there are a lot of fallen trees, and one's instinct initially is to be, got to tidy everything up, got to clear everything. But in fact, actually, fallen trees are fine. They're fungal food, and they can stay there, and they look more interesting than neat rows of trees. So we've begun by clearing, and then I've discovered working with a fantastic guy he's half French, half Welsh. He's called Philippe Morgan, and we're transitioning the forest or the woodland. It's farm scale woodland. It's not forest scale. It's farm scale woodland. We're to something called continuous cover forestry, which means that we want different species of different ages, naturally self-seeding, growing at all times. This is a very long project. I'm 54, and it's going to take a century probably to achieve this. So we've been assessing what we have and the basal area of the trees that we do have, and we're taking some. This is on the deciduous. We're going to be taking some trees out to create pockets, so that we might do some enrichment planting, but we want to sort of prime the pump so that the woods will generate themselves with different species. We will be taking timber out, and then of course that's another whole discussion about what you can do with timber, from fabulous craft work to hopefully the coniferous forests will be producing timber to build everyday houses for everybody, is what we hope down the road. So we basically take out on the coniferous forests, we take out a little bit of timber very often, about every 5 years, and gradually let a bit more light down to the canopy. And we leave some trees. We'll probably do a bit of an enrichment planting, because at the moment I feel where it's single species, and we know what's happened to ash trees, we know what's happened to larch trees, and it's just not at all resilient, and it's not how it's meant to be. So we will be putting other species of trees in there as well. But the idea down the road is that everything will self-seed, and that other things can exist there in the woodland too. Whether that be whatever, all sorts of sort of flora and fauna, but they also remain a productive, useful resource for us as human beings as well. And of course, there has to be some economics in it too. So it's early days, and all sorts of inspiring things, like John coming along and making beautiful stuff out of the woods. My wife works in mental health, and there's so much we can do in the woods in terms of mental health, and so we are beginning a very exciting journey, and we're not really sure where it's going to go, but it's going to be so far it's very enjoyable, And we hope in the course of the next 2 years until 2026 that maybe we can do some woodland walks, yeah, and come and have a look and come and see what's going on, and you can tell me what you think and what should happen or shouldn't happen. It's mild. The weather here, as you might know, is mild, and it's mild and wet, and trees love it. Trees grow really well. The wind gets them a bit, but it couldn't be a better place on the planet for growing trees, I don't think. So yeah, that's where we're at. Love all the things they're doing, and like you say, opening our eyes to what's here already. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for inviting me here today. It's very good, and hope to be part of something going on. Yeah. Diolch yn fawr.
Dafydd, diolch yn fawr iawn. Gawn ni sgwrs arall nes ymlaen. Ond, taith ydy Coed, coexist. It's a journey, and it's starting here today, and it's very, very exciting. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Wan ta, sa rwy'n eisiau BP neu paned sydyn, ddown ni nôl 20 munud i faint y gloch, hanner 10:10. Dwi wedi colli 20 munud i hanner ar gol, mae'r amser yn hedfan. So if you would like to have I was going to say something now, but I won't say it. If you would like to go on PP, I was going to say, but it doesn't quite sound right. But if you would like a panad or use the ladies or the gents, you have 10 minutes, actually 12 minutes. We're starting back on the dot, 20 to 12. Diolch. Helo. Helo! Mae'n gweithio. O, helo! Da chi wedi deffro, you've woken up again. Diolch yn fawr iawn, gobeithio bod chi gyd i cael paned dda. I hope you all had a nice little break and we're ready for the next lap. A dyna beth sy'n dda am Coed, coexist. Mae'n dod â pawb at ei gilydd. Gymaint o groesdoriad o wahanol bobl yma heddiw a gymaint o wahanol ddiddordebau. Ac mae'r siaradwr nesaf yn cynrychioli plant life yn arbenigwr, neu'n uwch arbenigwr Ken. That's what's so good about today. So many different people of all walks of life are here. And I think that's so important for Coed coexist, that it's that you're open to so many ideas from all walks of life. And it's so important. Felly, yn siaradwr nesaf ni, fel o'n i'n deud, yn uwch arbenigwr Ken gyda plant life. Yr enw iawn swyddogol ydy Dave Lamacraft, but I think people know you as well as Dave Chuff. Is that right? Yeah. Please give him a warm welcome. Diolch. Diolch, Dave.
Is that working? Yeah. Can I get it this way? Will that work? Okay. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Diolch, Denny. Hi, everyone. I think I might be the first speaker that's not from Tyweliog, actually. So I'm breaking out of the Tyweliog mafia. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, I work for a charity called Plant Life. We're the global voice for plants and fungi. And my job is about lichens and bryophytes. I'm senior specialist on lichens and bryophytes. Lichens I'm going to talk about in a minute. Bryophytes are mosses, liverworts and hornworts. So basically my work is all about really small plants and fungi. Lichens have actually had featured quite highly already, thanks to Junko's talk, so hopefully I'll be carrying on the theme there, tell you a bit more about them. Where's my pointer? So lichens, trees and people. So I'm going to weave how people have interacted with trees and lichens through the whole talk. So to start with, what is a lichen? So lichens are basically fungi. Fungi can't produce their own food. They have to partner up with something else to get their food. So in many cases that's decaying wood or decaying vegetation. Some parasitize insects, so things like the zombie fungi that take over spiders. In the case of lichens, they partner up with an alga or a cyanobacteria. So it's a mutualism, a symbiosis, so mutual benefits for both partners. In this diagram here, this photograph here, see basically you've got sort of fungal material, a skin of fungal stuff on the top. Then a layer of green underneath, which is where the algal cells are. So they're like little peas wrapped in kind of fungal material. And underneath, you've got kind of loose fungal stuff here. And then they have these structures on the bottom, which look like roots. They're not roots. So that the lichens the lichens use the algae to get their food. So the algae photosynthesize, and the fungi is able to absorb the food that the algae creates. So that's what the fungus gets from the algae. In return, the algae gets protection from things like UV light and grazing by snails and things like that. So in return, so that's why it's a mutualism. First discovered by a Swiss biologist called Schwendener in the late 19th century. So essentially, they come in body coexistence. You know that since Schwendener did his work, we've discovered it's a much more complex relationship. And there's actually other species of fungi in the mix as well, yeasts and also bacteria. So there's a whole complex of organisms going on inside what we know of as one organism, essentially, as a lichen. The way these fungi and algae interact produces this kind of multitude of different forms and colours and patterns. This is just a small section of a fence on a cliff top. You can kind of see the variety of form that you get by the way these kind of algae and fungi interact. Every lichen is a different fungal species, but they only share a small number of algal species. So it's quite kind of random the way well, it's not random, but the way that they interact creates all these different forms. So you get bushy ones, you get kind of leafy ones, shrubby ones, ones that even emulate little mushrooms. That's got a rare species that grows up on the top here on the heathland up behind the plas. This is audience interaction part, so feel free to interact, anyone. If you can spot the odd one out between quail's eggs, fruit fly, David Bowie's Space Oddity, a lichen, and a tardigrade. You've all had coffee, okay, so you shouldn't, there's no excuse to, you're not falling asleep. Come on, someone's got a guess. Well, why? It's a guess. No. Why the tardigrade? Not a bad answer. Good answer. The other one out is David Bowie's Space Oddity. Because he's a rock star and the others aren't. David Bowie, as far as I know, hasn't been into space, and nor is his album. But all the others have been into space. In the case of a lichen, this picture is a good example, really, of how lichens pattern our world. So certainly around here, where the air is really clean, most surfaces are covered in lichens, rock surfaces, walls, trees, and they kind of go unnoticed. Certainly with tree bark, you show people a tree and say, oh, that's all lichens. They often say, oh, I thought that was just bark, but you look closely, that lichens pattern our world, basically. Anyway, this yellow one here is called the map lichen, or now known as the space lichen, because that's one of several species that was sent up into space, strapped to the outside of the International Space Station for several weeks, and brought back down to Earth, and as a kind of experiment to see kind of what happened to them. And basically, they kind of just picked up where they left off. Being in space for a month didn't really affect them, they just shut down. So in terms of that symbiosis, the fungus is able to protect that algae from really extreme UV radiation, and basically it protects it from that drying out as well. So they hydrate when they come back to Earth and start photosynthesizing again, so they can survive really extreme environments. So they're known as extremophiles. They're found in all the most extreme environments on Earth. In the case of this one, it's found in Antarctica, so they're found in the poles. They're found in deserts. This one carpets open deserts in Namibia. Tops of mountains, the Alps, Himalayas, and found in the in seashores as well, in the intertidal zones. So picture on the left there, that sort of olivey blob with the black dots is a lichen that grows in the intertidal zone. So it can survive inundation by salt water twice a day. If you look really closely on the barnacles, I get my pointers to it on barnacles here. These little black dots, they're another type of lichen that's evolved to grow on barnacles. So these things can survive saltwater inundation on a regular basis, which would be toxic to most kind of plant species. Not just natural environments, but they're happy in extreme urban environments too, like pavements and roads, plastic bollards in Tesco's car park, and a friend's old sandals in their garden. So they're just adapted to kind of cope with really extreme environments. The reason for this is because they contain loads of chemicals. So there are hundreds of chemicals within the body of a lichen that you don't find anywhere else in nature. This is the reason why we've used them for dyeing for centuries, and used them as wound dressings for centuries as well. So it's because of the chemicals they contain. In the case of this yellow one here, so this is a really common lichen that you see all over the place, especially in urban environments, the maritime sunburst lichen. The yellow colour of that is a chemical called paratin, which is a UV sunscreen, essentially. So that protects the rest of the lichen and the algae inside it, importantly, from UV radiation. and it can switch it on and off. So when you find that in the shade, it's like a grey-blue colour, which is actually similar to the colour it is when you use it as a dye. And also actually recently that's been found to be really successful in treating human cancers. So I think we're just scratching the surface in terms of what these kind of chemicals can be used for. Come on, work. Oh, okay. So as an example of the kind of chemicals, so for identifying lichens, there's about 2,000 species in Britain. A lot of them look really similar, and you kind of need to use chemistry to identify them. This looks like essentially just a bit of a holly tree, holly bark. When you shine UV light on it, it shows up the lichen that was there pretty much hidden. So the yellow that you see there are the fruiting bodies of the lichen, so they're the bits where the spores are. And they're covered in like a little dusting, and that dusting reacts bright yellow to UV light. And inside the lichen, this is a cross section at about 400 times magnification through a fruiting body of a lichen. So that this bit up here is where the spores are sitting. There are 3 little fruiting bodies in the row there. This grows immersed in bark cells on tree trunks. So that's the bark cells there. Then you've got the algae and fungal stuff underneath. That's some spores at about 600 times magnification. They're about 25 microns, so 0.025 of a millimetre long, and they're held in these sort of sacs. The sacs are in those structures I just showed you, and they come under quite extreme pressures. The sacs burst and the spores are fired out at force. So chemistry again, this one, so chemistry is used in identifying them. You use certain chemicals to flush through the lichen, and in the case of that one it goes bright purple. And then sometimes the chemicals in the form of crystals, which you can see when you use polarized light under a microscope. These are just taken with my phone and a microscope, so they're not great quality, but when you actually see it in the flesh it's quite spectacular. So one of the things that got me kind of interested, I've only really been looking at lichens for 10 years or so, 10, 12 years. I was doing bird stuff before that. But one of the things that got me hooked on lichens is partly everything I've just been showing you, like how amazing they are, but also at what they tell you about the landscape. So you can read a lot about not just the ecological aspects of landscape, but the historical and our interaction with the landscape as well. So this is a really classic example, a coastal cliff where you have these kind of coloured bandings on the cliff. So this is low tide, so you've got barnacles and limpets down here in this grey-brown bit. Then this black stripe here is basically made up of the lichen, family of lichens called the tar lichens, which are these sort of thick black crusty things. These can survive regular inundation by seawater, so they grow in the intertidal zones. And above that, you've got an orange zone up here, which is dominated by orange and yellow lichens, like the one we've just seen. And then you've got the grey zone up here, which is stuff that basically doesn't really like seawater at all, salt spray. But the orange zone, they don't like regular inundation by seawater, but they can cope with sea spray, and they can cope with the nutrients that come with that, which then gives us indications about what's going on in our environment more widely. So you start this lichen, the yellow one, the Xanthoria, the maritime sunburst lichen, has become quite common in Britain, and you'll often see hedges with bright yellow twigs, especially in more urban environments. Now, that's a change that's been happening over the last 20 or 30 years, and that's a change in response to nitrogen pollution. So, to all intents and purposes, we're not aware of these kind of pollutants happening, but we can use lichens as biomonitors, as bioindicators to tell us what's happening to our environment. Basically what happens is because the orange lichen can cope with these really high levels of nutrients, other species can't, so it just outcompetes them, and you get a complete change in the lichen communities on the twigs. Similarly, this one here, this lichen in the middle, can cope with quite high levels of nutrients as well. and it's a classic species of what's known as dogweed zone on the tree. Particularly in urban environments. So this lichen's adapted to these high levels of nutrients again, and it can survive in the zone of a tree that gets weed on by dogs a lot. Now, a lichenologist colleague who lives in an old house found this lichen growing outside on a wall below a window here. And she couldn't quite work out why that was. And then with a bit of investigation, she discovered that that's the window that they used to empty the chamber pot out of. So this particular lichen is a great indicator of urine, should that ever come in useful for you. Lichens and trees. So Britain has a lot of ancient trees still. We've got more ancient trees than most of the rest of Europe, certainly northwest Europe. So this is a site down in Buckinghamshire called Burnham Beeches. It's what's known as a wood pasture, so it's both woodland and pasture. See how open it is amongst these big old trees. The picture on the left is an engraving from the 19th century. 19th century. And the photo on the right is a photo I took a couple of years ago. I wasn't trying to match up the two. It's just complete coincidence that I took that photo where I did and found that engraving, but it really matches really closely this kind of line of ancient pollarded beech. So we know that landscape has been kind of the same for at least 100 years. But trees like this are going to be about 500 years old, so possibly older. So we know that landscape has been pretty much the same for 600 years or more. And that's really important for a whole load of lichens that are really specialist. So rare lichens are generally rare because they have really particular niches. They can't grow on any old tree. They have really particular requirements for the chemistry of the bark and moisture and light and things like that. And this species here, the beech marble lichen, is only known in two areas in Britain. One is Burnham Beeches, and the other is the New Forest, which is the other main big old beech wood pasture that we have in Britain. So, and it's only there because of this continuity, the fact that this habitat, these trees have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. This is one of my favourite old tree sites down in the north coast of Exmoor. And these old trees, oaks especially, have this community of lichens, which probably aren't the most spectacular things in nature, but they're kind of subtly beautiful. They form these mosaics of crusty different colours and textures on the lower trunks of oak trees. So this community takes about 300 years to grow. I mean, it only colonises trees that are 300 years or more old. So it gives you an indication that there's been this continuity of habitat, this continuity of old trees on this site for centuries and centuries. Come on, work. Oh yeah. So yeah, I can't really talk about lichens and trees in Britain without talking about our temperate rainforest. So this has only really it's been getting a lot of attention in the last few years, but it's obviously been there a long time, but it's finally getting recognised as being really special. That's the global distribution of temperate rainforest in the globe. It's basically Pacific Northwest, Southern South America, down in Southern Australasia, a few bits in Japan and Himalayas, Middle East, and then Britain and Ireland up here. So globally really rare, way more rare than tropical rainforest. And it's a really spectacular habitat for lichens. So species like the tree lungwort lichen, the red discs there are the fruiting bodies, that's what's producing the spores. The tailed loop lichen, this species only reproduces by bits falling off. So in terms of that continuity of habitat, it can't get to new sites really easily. So you need that continuity. It's an old growth woodland species. The lead-fruited felt lichen, the red-eyed shingle lichen, tree flute. We'll call that one the knobbly felt lichen. Lichens don't have common names, really, so you can just make them up and get away with it. We'll call this one the barnacle. Well, this is known as the barnacle lichen. and the green satin lichen or dragon skin. So these are all species of old growth woodlands and old growth temperate rainforest in particular. So you can tell a lot about the history of a woodland and temperate rainforest site when you go into it by looking at what lichens are there. If you're seeing these species, then you're in an old site, a site that's been similar to that for hundreds and hundreds of years. They probably actually go back as far as the wildwood. It's probably thousands of years that they've been growing in the Welsh temperate rainforests. You'll go into some woods and you just don't see these species, or they might be on some of the boundary trees, the old trees around the edge, and that's usually a sign that the wood's been quite heavily disturbed at some time in the past. And through the 18th and 19th centuries, our woods were really industrial. We had you'd be quite shocked about how industrial our woods were for a period of time, with the kind of coppicing and bark tanning industries and things like that. And that interrupts that continuity of habitat, and that you can tell a lot by looking at where the lichens are and what lichens are there. You can also kind of tell a lot about a tree. So the idea of the architecture of a tree was new to me when I started looking at lichens, but the way the trees formed, especially in the canopy, that affects the way water flows down and what species grow where, gets quite interesting. And so this idea that lichens tell us a lot about the landscape and a lot about the landscape history is, one of the things that really gets me interested in lichens. But I found this the other day when I was doing the prep for this talk, and this says it much more eloquently than I could. If you've always wanted to learn how to read a landscape, lichens are like words on a page. They can tell you about climate, about air quality, habitat dynamics. Lichens are storytellers, speakers of the stones, speakers of the forests, speakers of the desert soils, of climate and time. So that was written by Nastasia Noel, who's a lichenologist and artist. That's me.
Wow, diolch, Dave. I think we all smiled when you said you'd only been studying lichens for 10 to 12 years when you started talking, and now we understand. Wow, it's very, very interesting. And I think you could have carried on for another 20 minutes, 40 minutes an hour. Yeah, poor Dave was like this. Diolch yn fawr iawn, diolch yn fawr iawn. Wan ta, y siaradwr nesa hefyd o Plant Life, hi ydi swyddog cysylltiadau natur Plant Life, ac mae wedi teithio'r holl ffordd o Gaerdydd, chwarae teg, i fod yma heddiw. Croeso cynnes Cas Crocker. Croeso.
Hi, Bore da pob. I think it's still morning. I'm Cass Crocker. I'm the what am I? The Nature Connections Officer for Plant Life, and I wanted to contextualise some of what Dave was saying about our work with bridging the gap between people and plants. So I've been engaging people in conservation for quite some time, and in built heritage as well. I also have a background in arts, so it's really kind of quite special to be here with artists here today. I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour around Plant Life's work, our goals, what we do to connect people with plants, and also developing our people and culture work. So we were founded in 1989. We're a membership organisation with around 23,000 members. And our mission is to secure a world rich in plants and fungi. And we promote the importance of all plants and fungi. We own and manage 23 nature reserves in England, Scotland and Wales. We advise land managers and publish best practice it's coming through the microphone now, sorry guys. Publish best practice guidance and carry out research. We collaborate on the world stage increasingly. And we created the No Mo May campaign that some of you may have heard about. It kind of became bigger than Plant Life in some ways, so we're kind of re-owning that. It's been quite a success story. So you work in 4 key strategic areas. That's to protect and restore, and we spend a lot of time in that area. That's the kind of the bread and butter of the stuff we do. We connect people with nature, work in partnerships, and collaborate and influence. Our main habitat leadership programs include grassland, global, species recovery, and rainforest, which of course Dave's been covering here. But increasingly, we're looking at connected people with nature. That's becoming a really key piece of our work. And we're investing more time in growing our understanding and the importance of that. Sir David Attenborough famously said, no one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about what they've never experienced. And we're really starting to understand how important that is for us. And so the Connect and Restore is the key strategic area I'm interested in. We've been, as I said, looking into nature connectivity more and more, but the key bit is the nature connectedness, and there's lots of research happening out of the University of Derby at the moment about the importance of that for species, sector and society. And Professor Miles Richardson from the University of Derby said that the three most important issues of our time, that's climate emergency, biodiversity loss and the mental health crisis, all have one thing at their heart, and that's the relationship between people and nature. The sector's really starting to wake up to that correlation. This is what I call botanist backs and bottoms, building up a collection of these pictures. You'll quite often see groups of botanists around a tree. I'm working on like an A1 poster, I reckon. So my colleagues naturally get wonder and awe out of these spaces. As you can see, they're just completely consumed. What we hope by connecting with people with nature is that they're fulfilled, happy and well, and if we're really honest, that they then start to act and stand up for plants and fungi. And the traditional conservation engagement toolkit is one of citizen science, surveying, and basically sharing the love of what our ecologists do. But these guys, with their hand lenses as their portal, they're transported into a landscape of total wonder. And I think they probably temporarily forget about the rest of the world around them. And I guess it's probably quite meditative. I imagine they have the associated benefits of things like Shinrin Yoku, forest bathing. So perhaps have lower heart rates, blood pressure, a souped up immune system, and improve feelings of happiness and creativity. And these guys are very connected with nature, probably because they literally have their heads buried in it. So we're starting to think about that. Well, that's a connection through science in some ways, but how else do people connect with nature? So I mentioned the University of Derby. So lots of their work is doing a deep sort of dive into the ways people connect. So that could be through emotion, beauty, meaning, senses, and compassion. And I think the key thing about the research is everybody connects in a different way, but it's not just about kind of being in nature, it's about how you actually connect with it. There's no kind of right or wrong way, but I guess kind of taking a scrambler bike up Moley Bog or something might not be the way that we would traditionally think as connected with nature. And there are two fundamental types of that kind of connection, of that pursuit of pleasure, and they're hedonism and eudaimonism. I think that's how you pronounce it. And so what we promote really, I guess, is that idea of pursuing eudaimonic happiness, which is the pursuit of authenticity, meaning, virtue and growth. So if you're really kind of learning about your kind of nature around you and caring about it, it's kind of going to give you a more sustained and greater connection to nature, arguably. And then the critical thing, this sort of image on the right, is the link between nature connection and action. People with a closer relationship with nature are prepared to do more to protect it. And from our perspective, that's the really critical thing. So Western science is only one way one part of the story. So classification, Darwinism, nomenclature, the naming of stuff, it's just one side of things. And we're reminded not to forget our instinctive and reciprocal relationship with nature, to remember that we are nature and not separate to it. Contrary to what the dictionary say, if you look up nature, then it's everything but humans, which is interesting. So I think we now are coming to accept that we are, but the dictionaries don't say that. And this symposium is, I think, is really exciting because it asks us reminds us to rethink that relationship. It draws our attention to the felled tree in the context of its woodland community, of lichens that have developed over deep time. It reminds us to feel gratitude and love, and perhaps a blueprint to return to ritual, the antithesis of our fast consumerist world, a return to the wisdom of emotion, perhaps. And so from an organisational point of view, We're thinking about how we engage with people, not just from a science and learning perspective. We're thinking more about how arts and culture plays a part too. And you'll see that I've called our work people and culture. I've sort of moved away from the word art because certainly in our sector, it drums up perhaps consumerist ideas of owning stuff, whereas as Duncan, you were talking about earlier, that process and that thinking that goes behind it is really important. And we want to promote sustainability as well, of course, that's really key. So process over form. And we hope this strand of work will help build human and planetary resilience to motivate action and transform behaviour. Dave talked about lichens being kind of sort of the gauge of the atmosphere's kind of health. Well, I think maybe artists are a litmus paper for what society feels like and kind of expresses what's going on. So I think I probably read that somewhere, that idea of artists being litmus paper, but quite like that. And about hearing different people's voices and kind of expressing different ways of thinking. So what does that mean? What are we actually doing? So we're hoping to attend more events like this and speak to different people who are, you know, not just like us and just conservationists. It's actually getting out there and talking. We want to understand how other people connect with nature. We've worked in collaboration with NRW and some other environmental NGOs to deliver an art commissioning programme that's rolling out at the moment. Keep an eye out for that. That's through Nature and Bith. We're starting to hold talks with different artists to get different voices coming through to our member organisations. We've had one pilot artist residency programme, and we're hoping to, if it all goes to plan, to roll out maybe 5 years of residencies coming up. So we've got that coming up as well. And so what we'd really like from today is for you to come and chat to us after lunch. We want to hear what you think. We want you to share your ideas with us. We want to understand what relationship you think there is between arts, culture and conservation. And we want to understand your relationship with nature, and so we can give everybody a voice. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Cas. Diddorol iawn. Very interesting. Diolch. Thank you. Now then, lunch will be at 12:30. Yes. Cinio am hanner awr wedi hanner, am awr. There's and then from 1:30 until 2:30, there'll be different things outside. John will be doing something. I think Manon, Aust and Dee. Am I right? Outside. So that'll, then we'll all come back here by 2:30, please. But we have 6 minutes, 6 munud ar gyfer cwestiynau. Felly, os oes gan rywun cwestiwn, if you have a question, we have microphones here. I chi ddeud pwy ydych chi ac ar gyfer pwy mae'r cwestiwn, os gwelwch yn dda. So, na, mae gennym ni 8 munud. Yay! 8 minutes, question and answers. So if you have a question for either John, Junko, Gwenan, David, Dave or Cass, please, if you can put your hand up maybe and introduce yourself and then ask the question. Question, hey, come on. Oh yes. I'm from the boss here. When you do ask your question, os ydych chi yn gofyn y cwestiwn, please daliwch y meic fela. Yn agos. Deep and sexy, yay. Okay, cwestiwn. Ag I bwy. Mae pawb yn swil fel arfer ar ddechrau. Oes, mae'n un fan hyn, Gabriela.
Hold it close.
Hold close.
Diolch. I had a question for Dave and Cass. I was wondering, are there any rocks that lichens or fungi don't grow on?
Oh, yes.
And so another question, do they grow on clays? You know, when clays are embedded into the cliffs alongside the rocks? Is there any distinction?
On the rocks, I'd say probably no. I'd imagine...
Hold close, Dave, hold close. Thank you.
Really close. Yeah, I'd say probably rock-wise, no, I'd say they probably grow on pretty much every rock type. And they will grow clay and soils. They just really they have a really interesting ecology when they grow on clay, because it's such an unstable surface. They're kind of designed to reproduce really quickly and jump into that niche when it's just right. So it's quite interesting. Certainly the rock type affects the colours of the lichens. You see them, they can actually take the iron out of rocks, so you'll see red streaks underneath lichens when they're on sort of iron-rich rock.
Diolch, Dave. So many questions. Catrin, ia, beth ti isio ofyn? Well, that's unusual. Catrin. Yes, I knew. Reit, Catrin Williams, yr artist o Bwllheli o Bala Ymwreiddiol. Be di dy gwestiwn di?
Wel, cwestiwn ddim amdano fi fy hun, ond fy mab sy'n bensar yn Llundain, i Dafydd, really, efo'r busnes y Coed yma, a'r adeiladwaith, dwi isio lot o gartrefi glan i bobl ifanc yn Mhenllyn, a dwi jyst yn meddwl ffantastig bod John a Juncon adeiladu i studios, i cartrefi hunain ar y tir. Felly pam na gown ni wneud hynny hefyd, ond falle gweithio hefo pensaer lleol wrth gwrs, Paul Dobson, dyna be di reid yn dre, dwi? O ie, yr penseirin lleol felly. Dwi'n meddwl bod yna agoriadau anhygoel, a hefyd mae genna ni y bobl sy'n yn adeiladu tai, bobl ifanc seiri, a pam bod ni'n cael y tai uffernol afiach sydd yn cael ei creu.
Felly'r cwestiwn i Dafydd ydy, oes na bosibilrwydd falle o ddefnyddio y coed sy'n cael ei dyfu ar dy dir di i roi to i'ch benne pobl, ddim jyst pobl ifanc, ond pobl yn gyffredinol?
Yn sicr oes, dyna sy'n licio lawr y lôn. Haid o roed caniad i mi, a mi nhw'n i siarad am y peth. Eich mab, Catrin. Ac, ie.
Ie, ond dyna nes di sôn am y sydyn gyna ynddo, Dafydd. You touched on the subject that you hope maybe one day.
Yes, we hope one day to be milling timber to build the buildings that people will live in the area. It's a dream, and a perfectly plausible one.
Ie, yn union. Diolch yn anodd, nac di?
I arwain ymlaen o hynna, o'n i siarad fod Dennis Wyn gyda mi o yn saer coed lleol. Mae gennym ni broblemau efo sgiliau hynna, does Dennis? Ti eisiau sôn am y broblem sy'n yna?
Diolch. Dal y meicroffon agos... Ia, fo, gret. Diolch fawr.
My name's Dennis Griffith. I don't know what I am, to be honest with you. I work in the construction industry,
You're a
but
maker.
I don't.
You're a maker. Yay.
Yeah, well, I make furniture, kitchens and whatever, and to the end user, I'm a bespoke cabinet maker. One of the huge problems that I've come across is skill shortages from young people. I've taken work experience kids, and I've taken, tried to give apprentices, but because I'm not CITB registered, they don't do the course. Then I can't send anybody to a cabinets making course because it's far away or one thing or the other. There needs to be something to bridge the two things. Otherwise you lose skills, you lose experience and knowledge, and the two industries become separated between the industry and art and craft, and using local resources like sort of timbers to create a house isn't strictly speaking straightforward because of construction industry training boards and rules and regulations regarding the what timbers you can use and so on and so forth. There needs something else, a different viewpoint on how to do things to sort of maintain skills from the school age, 14, 15 onwards, male and female, and afterwards. You can't go to college if you're good in carpentry without having a sponsor. It's got to change, but it hasn't changed in 35 years, and I doubt it will now.
Uh-oh, maybe you're wrong. Maybe it will.
It
From
won't.
today.
Basically, there's no money in it. And the reason why people don't construct houses out of local materials is to do with finance. it's more cost effective to build it out of something other materials, even having prefabricated buildings made elsewhere and sort of shipped into the area.
Diolch, Dennis. Mae yna fwy o sgwrs y fanna'n sicr
Bwysig-
yn does.
bwysig
Diolch yn
cael-
fawr iawn.
yndi.
Diolch yn fawr.
Wy'n arall?
O, chbo be? Mae'n amser cinio. Oes na gwestiwn arall? Petai na gwestiwn arall. If there are any more questions, we'll have a session with Jen and Jonko later on this afternoon, so get them ready. But are you hungry? By the way, brecwast yn wych. Diolch, Plas Glyn y Weddol, brecwast yn wych. Ac ysdi hynny'n awgrym o beth sy'n mynd i ddod i ginio. Iei, dylai fod ni gyd yn rhedeg. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Fydda ni nôl yn fan hyn hanner awr wedi 2. Fydd cinio tan hanner awr wedi 1, ac fel o'n i'n deud, mae yna ddigwyddiadau tu allan am yr awren yna. Ond, ia, nawn ni weld chi nôl fan hyn. Gobeithio gewch chi ginio i'ch plesio. Diolch yn fawr. Croeso nôl i chi gyd. Ydy pawb yn ôl? Is everybody back? Or are we waiting? Are we waiting for anybody? Na, croeso nôl i chi gyd. Mae di pasio hanner awr di 2. It's now, I think, about 25 to 3, so I think we better get going. Nawn ni ail ddechrau y sgwrsio y prynhawn ma, gyda sgwrs hynod o ddifyr, dwi'n siŵr, gan Manon Aws. Lle mae Manon? Dwi wedi gweld. Mae hi. Rhowch groeso cynnes i Manon, os gwelwch yn dda.
Just wneud yn siŵr bod hwn yn gweithio fo. Ie. Diolch am roi'r gofod i mi heddiw i rannu fy ngwaith ar y gweill. Ymchwil greadigol i fewndiroedd a sut mae wedi siapio fy syniadau am ecoleg, cerfluniau ac hyd yn oed iaith. Mi fyddai'n llifo rhwng ieithoedd gan adlewyrchu fy arddull ddwyieithog o weithio. Ac yn yr rhannau rhydd, mi fyddai'n gofyn i chi dynnu'r clisfona, plis. Bydd sain, rhythm a'r delweddau sydd ynghlwm ar geiriau yr un mor bwysig a'i hystyr uniongyrchol. Achos mae mawnogydd yn dirweddau amwys sy'n cynnig dehongliadau amrywiol. Maen nhw'n gydd, yn dawel, heb holl ddrama'r arfordir a'r copaon sy'n gwerthu Cymru i'r byd. Mae corsydd a mawnogydd yn diroedd ansefydlog, yn llawn gweiadau gludiog a photensial. Maen nhw'n cydblethu amser daearegol, botanegol a diwylliannol, ac yn gynefinoedd sy'n cwestiynu ein arferion ac yn cynnig fframweithiau materol a chysyniadol ar gyfer ailgyfeirio. Ymunwch efo fi wrth i mi gasglu fy syniadau corsiog. Ddes i ar draws corsydd Môn wrth baratoi ar gyfer arddangosfa y lle celf yn Eisteddfod Genedlaethol Môn yn 2017. Wedi fy magu ar yr ynys, ro'n i'n gyfarwydd iawn a'i daeareg ac arwyddocâd ei cherig arbennig, yn enwedig y rhai sy'n rhan o'i safleoedd hynafol. Ar y pryd, roedd Geo Môn yn gweithio'n galad ar sicrhau statws Geobarc UNESCO i'r ynys, ac roedd Cyfoeth Naturiol Cymru yn cynnal gwaith adfer yng Nghorser Ddreiniog a Bodeilio fel rhan o brosiect LIFE, Corsydd Môn a Llŷn. Mi welis i gyneuafwr gliptiroedd wrth ei waith yn stripio haenau o leistyfiant garw, a thimau'n codi lefel a dŵr mewn dreiniau a phosydd. Roedd y gorsfrwynen ddu hefyd wrth i'n cael ei hael gyflwyno. Ar y pryd, do'n i'm yn siŵr iawn sydd i ddehongli'r hyn o'n i weld, ond roedd rhywbeth am y dirwedd ddiffaith ma, gyda'r potensial yn berwi dan yr wyneb, wedi tanio fy nychymig. Oesoedd dan bwysau yn suddo mewn breuddwyd gorsiog. Weighed down by limestone bedrock. Seconds sticking like minutes. Weathered, semi-permeable. More material than mind. I focus on breathing. Ro'n i wedi bod yn gweithio fo cylchfaen o chwarae laber moelfra sawl blwyddyn. Ac mi darodd fi bod union yr un graig yn rhedag o dan y corsydd. Sylfaen man dyllog yn creu cynefin, alcalin, galchog ar gyfer llu o blanhigion a bywyd gwyllt prin. Fel gwlithlys, sef planhigyn gludiog sy'n bwyta pryfaid, tegeirian y cler a corn chwiglod. Galluogod grant creu gan Gyngor Celfyddyda fi i gydweithio efo Cyfoeth Naturiol ar y corsydd. A drwy ymweliadau gyda Dr Peter Jones, uwch ecolegydd mewndiroedd Cyfoeth Naturiol, ges i gyflwyniad i weiad y safle. Mae craidd mawn yn archif byw ac yn ddogfen o'r newid i'r safle dros gyfnodau eang. Wrth edrych ar sampla bach o fawn a mwsog drwy'r microsgop, yn laborder ganolfan biogyfansoddion ym Mangor, gallwn weld hanes paill, mân algau a pharasitiaid a strwythura microscopic, migwyn, sy'n amsugno dŵr o'r gors fel sponge ac yn arafu'r broses o ddadalfennu ac yn ffurfio mawn yn ara bach. Mae mawn yn gyrchuddio 4% o arwynebedd Cymru ac mae'n storio treian o'r holl garbon sy'n y pridd. Mewn cors iach, mae 1 milimetr o fawn yn ffurfio mewn blwyddyn. Felly mae metr yn cynrychioli 1000 o flynyddoedd. Mae mawn yn cymryd amser. A mae'r safleoedd yma'n fapia dwfn sy'n ein helpu i ddarllen y gorffennol a dychmygu'r dyfodol. Mwyn i rhain fod yn gynefinoedd sy'n ffynnu ac yn dal carbon, mae'n rhaid i'r mawn a'r mwsog aros yn ei lle. Ond mae'r crawcwellt a'r corswellt sy'n tueddu i ledaenu a sychu'r tir yn cael ei pori a'i torri yn flynyddol. A gyda help Emyr Humphreys o Wardan, mi gasglai sachau o'r gwair o gorser ddraeniog a'i sychu a'i malu cyn ei castio. Gan ei cymysgu gyda gwahanol gyfyniadau o galch, alginad, cregyn gleision wedi malu, biochar a gwlan mwyn ceisio creu ffurf. Gwaith ar gweill ydy hyn yn bennaf oherwydd effaith y tywydd ar y deunydd, ond gyda chefnogaeth y ganolfan dwi'n stryglo ar y gair yma bob tro, biogyfansoddion, a'r ganolfan ecoleg a hydroleg ym Mangor, fe lwyddais i greu prototype, sef prop cerfluniol i ddal camera mawn ar y gors. Mae'r camerau yma yn mesur môr atmwng, sef gair Almaeneg i ddisgrifio'r newid naturiol mewn lefelau dŵr sy'n y tir, sy'n mynd i fyny ac i lawr fel tasa'r mawn yn anadlu. Cefais fy llorio gan y ddelwedd yma o'r mawn yn anadlu. Cors sy'n gorff enfawr. Ysgam droed ar batryma byw. Mae'r ffilm fer yma yn dogfennu digwyddiad ar gors Bodeilio, Hydref dwytha, o'r enw Cyrff Corsiog, lle gwahoddais yr artistiaid Teddy Hunter, Julie Upmeyer a Mary Rose Pritchard i gydweithio. Aros gors, stay sticky. Treiddia'r dŵr melys fy nghrys ac i mewn i'r mawn am i. Mae'r galchfaen yn gysur, yn estyn am begynnau, ysgwyddau, chwi a dde, ac yn dilyn hen fap o heinau'r tir. Croesdoriad arall. Cyfres o ynysoedd byw iach, a minnau'n byd. Yng nghorff yn gorffwys ar ffabri o figwyr. Socian. Archifau yn y pridd, ar dan i losgi. Mae Cymrydoriaeth Cymru'r Dyfodol wedi gefnogi gan Cyngor Celfyddydau Cymru a Chyfoeth Naturiol Cymru wedi fy ngalluogi i ddatblygu fy ngwaith corsiog yn bellach. Ac ar hyn o bryd dwi'n dod i nabod corsydd crenedig ei fionydd ddim yn bell o lle dwi'n byw yng Nghanarfon. Mae prosiect Lifequake Cyfoeth Naturiol yn canolbwyntio ar 7 ardal yng Nghymru lle mae'r corsydd crenedig mewn cyflwr gwael gyda 5 safle yn ei fionydd. Yn debyg i gorsydd Môn, Dyma genefinoedd bregus ar gyfer planhigion a bywyd gwyllt prin, fel tegeiriannau'r gors a britheg y gors. Tra mae corsydd môn yn ffenia sy'n cael ei dŵr o'r ddeiar yn benna, dŵr glaw sy'n bwydo corsydd crenedig, maen nhw'n crynu o dan draed achos bod llysdyfiant trwchus yn arnofio ar ddŵr sy'n casglu o dano. A mae dymder y mawn yn gallu bod hyd at 12 metr. Hyd yn oed yn nyddiau cynnar yr ymchwil yma, mae'n amlwg fod cydbwysedd cynnil yn hanfodol i ffyniant y safleoedd. Cydbwysedd o bori, dreinio a meitholion. Mae'n amlwg fod rhaid iddyn nhw fod yn lyb, ond mae gormodedd o ddŵr yn gwneud hi'n anodd i bori, sy'n golygu fod planhigion fel crawcwellt, corswellt a jacaneidiwr yn lledu ac yn mygu'r mwsog holl bwysig sy'n ffurfio mawn. Ac ar dir addas ar gyfer pori, mae peryg i'r bloda gwerthfawr fel bara'r cythrael gael ei bwyta, ac mae rhain yn faeth ac yn gynefin i fritheg y gors. Pili pala sydd ddim ond i'w gweld ar ymylon corsiog y wlad ac yn dirywio. Mae rhain yn ofoda bregus a chylyddol, ac mae angen cydbwysedd cynnil iawn. Mae'n anodd cerdded ar y tir. Mae'r tyfiant yn drwchus, ond eto mae'n hawdd disgyn mewn i dwll glyb neu ffrwd gydd. Mae'r corff yn suddo yn y mawn, ond fel petai'n arnofio ar fwsog. It's a balancing act. It's about slowing right down to notice, listen, respond. Feet prepared in porous ground, material thoughts swelling, written and rewritten. Sights still sinking in as we struggle to orientate. Mismatched horizons keep zooming in and out again. Penetration of the mind until a distant memory is ignited. Sweet peat cuttings. Torri mawn yn bentyra taclus. A pennau yn y gwynt ymhell o'r ddeiar glidiog rhag boddi mewn mawn madreddog. Meithrin cynefin. Meithrin arferion. Cultivating habitats beyond human habits. Language preserved in this live archive. Mignen, bog. Migwyn, sphagnum. Mwsog, moss. Mawnog, peatlands. Mawn, peat. I mewn i'r mawn a ni mwyn gweld trwy'r gors, stopping to notice peaty patterns. Cyfoeth naturiol, natural resources, different readings of the land and all it holds and supports, a vocabulary of unpredictability, a water hoard of words on precarious grounds, poetry trapped in peat like bodies, eerie preservation of the past and eerie reflections of the future, liminal local longing linking to a larger symbiotic whole. Corsydd crenedig a chorsydd cydbwysedd, yn athraidd ac yn amwys, ac yn lynyddwch. So what is it about peat that makes them so fascinating creatively? They're symbolic landscapes, portals between the material and the conceptual. They connect the present to deep time and to possible futures. They're liminal spaces between water and land, between balance and imbalance. They're stores of carbon, memory, and materials. Live archives with potential for diverse readings. They're spaces of mutuality. They're slow and thick and sticky and wet. The language around wetlands is negative. Bogged down, stuck in the mud, We speak of sticky situations, scenarios we usually try to avoid and resist. But what if we embraced and reimagined them? Embracing boggy, sticky material dynamics and situations, and embracing precarity instead of shying away from it. Anat Singh suggests that precarity is a condition of our time. If balance and stability is impossible in a time of climate and ecological crisis, we must learn to sway and find alternative forms of support. Andrew Patrizio states, failure of the imagination sits behind today's ecological crisis. We need a leap of the mind. And of course, it matters what matters we use to think other matters with. Through my work on peatlands, I'm putting myself in alternative relationships to sites, and in the process, material thoughts develop and shape my practice. Sculptures go beyond self-contained objects and become props or tools for traversing precarious territories and engaging intimately with the dynamics of a site. Ultimately, my sculptures will become stickier, but I know this will take time. Mi wna I orffan gyda hyn. Ai trwy ymgysylltiad materol a dod yn agosach at ddeunydd creu ein cynefinoedd y mae modd ail ddarllen ecoleg gyfoes bregus. I'll finish with this reflection. Is it through material engagement and intimacy that a rereading of fragile contemporary ecologies becomes possible? Diolch o galon. Thank you.
Diolch fawr iawn I ti, Manon, gwych. Diolch. Lot o waith meddwl I ni gyd yn fanna. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Rwan ta, gwr sy'n dod I sgwrsio nesa, a sgwrs gwahanol unwaith eto, dwi'n meddwl, ydy Dan Bristow. Lle mae Dan? O, fanna. Wyt ti, sori, o'n I sbio, dwi angen gwisgo'n spectol ysdi. Dwi angen, mae yn fan hyn, croeso cynnes. Gawn ni edrych ymlaen yn arw. Diolch.
Hi there. My name's Dan Bristow, and I'm a designer for Studio Bristow Landscapes, based in Bethesda in the Ogwen Valley. And this talk for today, I've named "Messing with the Landscape." It's a kind of flippant phrase, but hear me out. I really want to feel like that we can be, as humans, be freer to kind of express our creativity while honouring nature and her rules. So let's have a look. Oh, I jumped ahead. So here we have a sort of bucolic traditional scene from around here, very familiar to us who live in this beautiful area, which at first glance seems like a sort of wild and natural place, as most people would see it. But actually, save maybe for the silhouettes of the mountains themselves, it's an entirely sort of human-engineered space, as we're coming to realise more and more, chiefly illustrated by the lack of tree cover over the whole thing, which would have been pre-humans. So these trees here are introduced species, and even the dry stone walls are obviously not actually natural themselves, although we see them as a natural part of the landscape. So I'm just bringing this up really to illustrate how much humans have messed about with what we see as wild landscapes, which aren't actually wild anymore. So we've already had our fingerprints all over them. So, and in these wider landscapes, I'm all for the kind of the movements towards kind of complexifying them, bringing wildness, loosening our kind of dominating control over them that has been for the last many generations now. But however, if we zoom right into the spaces immediately around our dwellings, recently in garden design, especially in landscape design, there's been I feel like we've sort of become paralyzed creatively because based on this understandable fear of the destructions that our species can wreak on nature, that we sort of feel like we need to stop touching it. But the point is that we've already messed with it. So I feel like we can mess with it in a much more positive, holistic and productive way. So that's basically what I want to kind of talk about here. So if we look at these two garden spaces, which one would you say is more natural? More wildlife friendly or better for the planet? Well, it's a bit of a trick question actually, because I suggest to you that you can't tell from the images. It's the look of them, the aesthetic, has little bearing on how ecologically sound they are. So it's about the practices and the sort of sustainability credentials that are applied to the way in which we use the spaces rather than the way they look. And so this is a bit of a bugbear that I've had, where we feel like we need to make spaces look natural when actually they're as managed as previous aesthetics have been. So it's all about the actual systems that we engage in these spaces that affect how healthy they are and how wildlife friendly they are. So last month I visited Great Dixter, which is one of the most famous gardens in the UK. They had a full biodiversity audit done a few years ago, and were astounded to find that the area with most teeming with species wasn't the wildflower meadows, the orchard, but actually the intensively managed formal ornamental gardens directly around the house. So that was a huge shock, and for me it's something that sort of validated a sort of feeling, a nebulous feeling I had for a while. So once we like conceptually sort of de-link the aesthetics from what is good and wholesome, we're sort of freed creatively, and that's something that I really want to push. So I feel like it's completely understandable that we want to try and stop feeling like we're kind of in dominion over nature, but I just feel like that we haven't all moved back into caves. You know, we're still in houses that aren't obviously like a part of the nature that's around ourselves. So like I feel like we still put creativity into the way in which we present ourselves in our buildings. So why don't we do it in our gardens? So I mean, a blackbird, for example, doesn't care if the yew tree looks natural or is shaped like, well, another bird. But it's just to happily make its nest in there. So there is no difference there. So let's have some fun in these spaces. So topiary even isn't even the preserve of our species anyway. It can be natural in itself. So here, this is in Dungeness on the south coast. These volcanoes are they're decades-old gorse bushes that have been pruned very vigorously by rabbits over many decades, and they don't like their paws getting prickled, so they kind of make these cone shapes by leaning over, and eventually the gorse manages to spread far enough that they can like burst through the middle, as you can sort of see that one on the left. So then they can sort of explode these volcanoes. So and then what about this oak tree here in Crete? So the goats have managed to climb over the whole thing, and the right half there they've managed to prune into these beautiful cloud prune shapes, and on the left they've only managed to get to the top bit, so they're creating this beautiful sort of Japanese style layered plant in there. Yeah, this is that right half. Here's another tree. Take a look at this oak tree. The goats have managed to climb over the whole thing and cloud pruned the entire tree. That would be probably 20 meters tall if it wasn't for them. It's quite amazing, isn't it? So then we took this viburnum in a client's garden and we did that with it. So, you can just have loads of fun. It doesn't have to look natural. It's to be just as good for the environment. This is one of my inspirations as a landscape architect. Burl Marx, mid-century Brazilian landscape designer, worked a lot in the big cities in Brazil, and it doesn't look natural at all, but he was a real proto-conservationist. He was one of the first people to try and protect the Amazon. He tried to collect all of the different species from the Amazon and put them into his gardens to kind of promote conservation. But it doesn't look like it should be like a natural garden or something that's pro-nature, but it can be. Also in South America, this is one of my favorite pieces of landscape architecture. It's called Punta Pite in Chile. And it's not a plant in sight, so garden design is not all about plants. And here, this is on the coast, using the rocks from the exact same location, but completely changing how one interacts, engages with the space just by this simple sort of intervention. It's like alchemy to me, like that you're taking a material and it's sort of metamorphosing into something else. It's so simple and yet so considered, and the sort of beauty is in the sort of intricacy of the labour that's put into the way the material is used. And it doesn't look natural, but ecologically it couldn't be much more light touch really on the space. So we were lucky enough to get to do a garden at the Chelsea Flower Show this year, and I'm really into rock anyway, and I wanted to kind of go a step further with this idea with the stone. And so rather than just using local stone in a local context, I wanted to use waste stone and sort of reimagine that. So this is in Aber Quarry in Moelvret on Ynys Môn, and with this enormous waste stone heaps, which is all the offcuts. But when they dig a huge rock out of the ground and slice bits off it, and put them in a big pile, and then they just use it for crushing beneath roads. But I thought there must be a way of using this to a sort of more beautiful outcome. So we took these slices, which I just think are beautiful themselves. I did some test pieces here, spent months over winter climbing over these slag heaps, sort of picking out all the right stones, like 16 tons of it for the garden. And then that sort of ended up garden how it looked earlier this year in Treborth Botanic Garden. So you can see we sort of reimagined that all of that is waste stone that would just be used for crushing, but I used it in a way in which is a sort of like a Pembrokeshire style of vertical wedge wall, which was done absolutely beautifully by a master stonemason. And this was at the opening, and then from the other side as well. And why don't we end up? We have all these enormous slag heaps of waste slate all around us, and just doesn't get used for anything. So why can't we sort of reinvent these waste materials? For example, why don't we make roofs like this out of them? This is a roof in Portugal. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do something similar. And you've got a beautiful aesthetic there as well. Using slate in a very different way. This is Richard Long at Houghton Hall. Incredibly simple, but sort of dramatic contrast. Just slate and grass, two locally abundant materials that are visually sort of reinvented. So, although I suppose it is a bit like a tiny version of that. But then, or alternatively, instead of sort of creating this sort of owning the little bit of nature by sort of pushing into it, we can work around it. So, for example, this is in our garden. We wanted to dig out and make a sunken seating area, and as soon as we started digging, we hit the bedrock, which is granite. So we thought, instead of trying to blast it all out, why don't we work around it? So we ended up doing this. So we scribed the deck right around that rock. That slate there we found buried in the garden as well. We made a cantilevered step, and just think it's quite effective, the finish, and just sort of so you can just be creative with what's actually in the environment, and it immediately beds it into its place. So here, similarly, someone else has done it with some bedrock they found and cast steps around it there, and I just think it sort of makes this uniquely sort of beautiful space that you can't conjure up in a design. You just have to work with what you find. Another way of sort of letting nature in as well is here's sort of an accidental bit of vertical walling, vertical gardens where where a leaky drain pipe has made a perfect environment for these ferns. But it's something we could design into our architecture. So we are sort of making the most of these little ecological niches that we can create, and bringing nature into the spaces. So we did something a bit similar here. This the garden we did in North London, where there's a deck that overshoots a slope that's sloping away. And so there's a space underneath the deck there, so we thought, why not create a fernery under it? So we just, because it's a shady spot, so we just absolutely packed it full of ferns. And it's just a lovely use of a little niche that otherwise would just be a waste. Or you can celebrate the effects of weather on the materials. Here, the sort of pattern, the textures, and the patterns that are created from the weather, so you can use raw render and then let algae take over, lichens, as we were talking about earlier, and enjoy those instead of fighting nature. Or sometimes it's just happenstance, something that sort of falls into your lap, and then you can think creatively with it. So here's a brick wall that's been sort of molded by the tumbling of rocks on the coast, and it's just created a beautiful sculpture in itself. Similarly, a friend of mine, Darren Hawkes, a garden designer, this was at Chelsea Flower Show last year, and he's from Cornwall, and he asked a local farmer who he saw who was digging up his slab in the farmyard if he could have all the huge bits of concrete that were coming out. So he took them and washed them down, and this is the underneath of it, and he hung them off these reclaimed steels as well. And to me, it just makes a really, really effective sort of striking addition into the landscape. It's sort of redolent to me of those sort of cast limestone peaks of sort of southwest China. But maybe that's just me. But here there's like using a traditional material, but sort of rethinking the application of it. So a wall becomes a driveway. I just think it's really sort of beautiful and creative. It doesn't have to be stone. Here, that's sort of Bannerman's, the landscape architecture practice, have sort of designed a classically inspired folly, but built out of local timber from the estate and collected antlers. So out of a sort of using these classical aesthetics, but out of a sort of temporary material, which is just sort of fun and playful use of it. But this sort of playfulness isn't a modern, sort of postmodern thing at all. You know, this is in the Abbey of Saint Foy in France, and the stonemason here has had fun adding a little character into the arch, and that's from the 12th century. And back to the now, and the sculptor Jose Manuel Castro Lopez does amazing things with stone, sort of changing the feel of the stone. I just think it's beautiful, and this kind of, again, it's a sort of metamorphosis of a material and transformative. Another one, a contemporary stonemason, Kim Merridew. This is called Unswept Floor. It's a big stone piece on the floor, and all of this that you can see here is all inlaid stone. There's no painting on there at all, so it's really, really lovely. If you look at the little set of keys on the right there, or the discarded takeaway container, but then made in something that's a kind of permanent material, so it's all very playful, and that's a kind of playful take on the Roman mosaic, also known as unswept floor mosaic, from clearly a very long time ago. And then just something like this, so it's using local materials. I feel like we should be, we've been sort of corralled into not, don't pick up pebbles off the beach, don't use, buy your bit of wood from B&Q instead of cutting a branch off a tree and making something with it, So I just feel like we've got that real disconnect, and I think there's so much scope for for using local materials in a sort of holistic way. It's very simple, but actually, if you look at the arrangement of the stones, it's incredibly intricate and really beautifully made. Here, this is an urban space by the architecture group called Assemble, who won the Turner Prize. This is in East London, and they just dug into the ground and found huge amounts of shale and aggregate in the ground. So they literally built the whole of the 2/3 of this building out of the stuff that they just dug from beneath their feet. They put them in earth bags, and then they rendered it with all this aggregate that's come out of the ground, which I think's really, I think it's really beautiful. This thing that's kind of erupting. So this is actually a mosque near Turkey, but I just included it because a way of blending hard materials into a softer landscape. So I think, you see this feels like a kind of natural striations in stone. So we could do something similar here, and it's a way of making a path, a hard standing path, but that blends really nicely into its landscape. Sometimes it's about editing. So it's about you've got a landscape that's full of things already, and you're just removing things to create interesting spaces. So you're just taking out individual plants or trees or pruning things a particular way, and then you're creating a kind of feeling of magic without having to add anything at all. I mean, these are all native plants here, but you can do fun things by just by the way you prune them as well. So this is just a hedge, but it's beautifully clipped. They're all native plants, but they just make a really effective hedge there. Then, realise we're running out of time. So this is a garden we did on 10 floors up on a roof in Peckham. On the top of a multi-story car park where there's going to be no irrigation, exposed to the sun and the rain and the wind. But we created this there, and just with banking some soil and then sub-base, that's again the crushed stone used for roads, as you can see here. It's directly onto the car park, but making something beautiful out of it. And then just remember that everything changes all the time. Thank you very much.
Wow, diolch yn fawr iawn. So inspiring. I think we could sit here and listen to you all day, Dan. And by the way, congratulations, the gold, Chelsea. I forgot to say that. Llongyfarchiadau. We should actually curtsy, shouldn't we? Yes, llongyfarchiadau mawr, Dan. Wel, y wraig nesaf, a'r ola I sgwrsio heddiw, our next guest is, I think, our last speaker for the day, and she's going to make it good as well. Crwch groeso cynnes os gwelwch y dda I arweinydd tîm bioamrywiaeth Cyngor Gwynedd. Dwi wedi dweud o'n iawn? Do, teitl pwysig, Leah Connolly. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. Rai fi ofyn am fyddiant, mae gyda fi anwyd, so os di'n llais I mynd hanner ffordd drwad, mae ddrwg iawn gyda fi. Sorry, just eisiau cymryd y cyfle I ddod I siarad efo chi, just I esbonio chydig am y gwaith da ni'n neud yma yn Gwynedd a fel rhan o partneriaeth natur Gwynedd. Dwi'n gwybod, os dwi'n sôn amdan Coed a cyngor lleol, di llaw neb am seithi fyny mynd, maen nhw am edrych ar ôl I Coed mewn fatha'n priority number 1, ond mae yna lot o waith really positif yn digwydd yn Gwynedd ar y funud. So, y gwaith I, dwi wedi gweithio yn y maes cadwraeth ers dros 20 mlynedd. Dwi'n teimlo'n ofnadwy o hyn. Mae yna bwyslais mawr ar gael bobl I gysylltu efo Coed. Mae wedi bod yn rhywbeth mega pwysig I fi drwy'n yngyrfa. Ers I fod yn sgwennu'n traethawd hir in masters, un o'r peth mwyaf yn hwnnw o cael ymateb bobl I newid yn y goedlan yng Nghymru. So, mae rhywbeth dwi'n reit angerddol amdan. So, dwi wedi falu fo. Do? Ar un dwi fod i bwyso.
Ie, dwi'n meddwl nôl lle ymlaen.
Okay. Dwi heb gael instructions ar hyn, by the way. So, mae agwedd bobl tuag at Coed, wel, rhywbeth dwi dod ar draws yn yngwaith lot ydi fel. Nhw just yna, dydy. Bethau gwyrdd ar ochr lôn, just cael ei fyna. Da edrych ar y tirlun yn y llun yma, dwi'n bwysig gyda di. Ond mae yna lot o hanes yn dod i fewn i'r tirlun yma. Mae lot o hynny chi wedi clywed pobl yn siarad amdano'r peth heddiw. Ond mae'r llun yma reit drawiadol. Dwi'n cofio'r llun yma pan ma'n i yn un o'n darlithoedd o bron iawn i 30 years. Ond mi gafodd cyfer Coed y wlad yma, Prydain, i gyd. Ar ôl yr rhyfel byd cyntaf, ath o lawr i just 5% o'r tir. So meddyliwch chi am hynna, Cymru, Lloegr a'r Alban, dim ond 5% o'r tir oedd yn goediog. A wedyn, yn 1919, gafodd y Comisiwn Coedwigaeth neu'r Forestry Commission i sefydlu. A mi fedra ni edrych ar hynna fel dau beth. Mae Coed yn bwysig, neu actually mae Coed wedi cael bythyrnas reit agos efo rhyfel a diwydiant yn y wlad yma. So, merchaid yn y llun yma, da ni gyd yn gwybod y term lumberjack, timberjills di'r hyn. Mi o'n rei yng Nghymru hefyd, mae lluniau gwych o merchaid ochradol geilla yn mynd i'r afel ar Coed ac yn plannu ac yn y blaen. Ond dos gyda fi'm trowsus fel y ddynas ma'n y llun, ond dwi'n meddwl bod nhw'n reit cool. So, chydig bach mwy o rifau i chi. Cymryd un o'r gwledydd mwy fatha lleia coediog yn Ewrop, sy'n chydig bach yn drist. Mae'r numbers yma wedi dod o audit sydd wedi cael ei wneud o fatha tirlun Cymru yn ôl yn 2011. Mae'r numbers wedi gwella rhyw fymryn, ond da ni lawr i 14% o'r wlad wedi cyfro efo Coed. Ac o'r 14% na, mae llai na 5% o hynna yn goedlan hynafol. Rwan, so ni mewn dosbarth, so ni'n gofyn am hands up os i'n gwybod beth ydy diffiniad coedlan hynafol. Gewch chi roi hands up os ydych chi eisiau. Rwy'n siarad guess yna fo? Basically, coedlan hynafol, mae'r Coed wedi bod yna ers o leia 400 mlynedd. Maen nhw'n mynd o'r tithe maps o flwyddyn 1600. Mae lot o'r coedlan yma yn lot hyn. Da ni just basically rwsio'r tithe maps am na rheini di'r rhai mwyaf dibynadwy os da chi isio. Cos mae'n mynd chydig bach yn fratiog ers hwnna. Mae reit ddiddorol, mae gennym ni goedlanau yn Gwynedd sy'n cael mensh yn y Mabinogi. Maen nhw'n llefydd really arbennig. Ac os da chi fewn i fatha'ch pridd a'ch mawn, dim bod fi'n sbio ar neb yn y cefn, ond mae yna stwff diddorol ynglyn â fatha'r pridd o dan Coed hynafol a coedlanau hynafol. Ond be dwi eisiau sôn amdano efo chi fwyaf ydy'r gwaith da ni wedi bod yn wneud yn Gwynedd. Mae'n job i o ddydd i ddydd. Mi fedra i fod yn favourite person pobl, neu dwi'n cael rhegi ynddo. Person mwyaf annymunol yn y byd iddyn nhw. So, mae rôl yng ngwaith i dwi delio efo amddiffyn Coed, sy'n swnio chydig bach yn eithafol, swnio fel bod fi'n sefyll o'i blaen nhw'n stopio bobl rhaid gweithio. Ond, da ni'n amddiffyn Coed, da ni'n ei gwaith efo hyfforddiant safona, cael gweithio efo bobl i deall chydig bach fwy o ran gwerth Coed, bod hynna drwy waith cadwraeth neu drwy system gynllunio ac yn y blaen. A bod ni yn cynllunio gwelliannau goedlanau a Coed unigol a bod na liniaru am unrhyw gollad. So, da ni'n trio gwneud yn gorau. Rwan, rhywbeth sydd wedi dod â hwb masif i ni yn Gwynedd yn y 4 mlynedd dwytha ydy cyllideb partneriaeth natur Gwynedd. Mae hwnna wedi gallu agi ni i greu. A dyma chi chydig bach o lyniau rwan o esiampla stwff da ni wedi gallu greu. Mae llun yma ydy darn o dir yn Parc Dudley. Mae yna 2 darn o goetir hynafol a mi o'na gau yn y canol. A mae gynna i tua 30 o students o Bangor oedd wedi cael chwip o barti noson cynt, chwarae teg i nhw, wnaethon nhw gyd droi fyny blannu'r coed yma a creu pont rhwng 2 ddarn o goeti'r hynafol. Mi o'r rhai ohonyn nhw chydig bach o worse for wear a dal wedi peintio'n wyrdd o'r noson gynt, so dwi'n cweit yn gwybod beth nhw wedi bod yn wneud. Ond da ni wedi denu mwy a mwy o bobl i gymeryd rhan mewn prosiectau. Da ni wedi gallu creu rhwydwaith o goedlannau cymunedol yn Gwynedd a rhwydwaith o feithrinfeydd cymunedol. So, community tree nurseries ydy yna. A cyfleon hyfforddiant i bobl. Rwan, rhywbeth mawr, da ni wedi gallu denu pres at fo drwy partneriaeth natur ydy prosiect Long Coed. Rwan, mae Long Coed, mae'n rhywbeth sydd yn iconic yn hanes Cymru. Dwi'n ni'n po honna ni sydd wedi gorfod dysgu Long Coed. Os rhywun eisiau, fatha os amser wedyn geith rhywun ddod i adrodd i ar yn ôl i dwi'n gofio fe. Ond mae'n darn o dir sydd yn stretcho o Afon Wen i fyny tuag at Bryncir. A mae gennych chi'r lôn yn mynd ar ei hyd a mae yna lwybr cyhoeddus efo mynediad i bawb tuag ati. Rwan, mae o gyd mewn perchnogaeth preifat. Does bia Cyngor Gwynedd ddim modfedd ohoni hi. Ond mae yna lwybr cyhoeddus yma. A mae yna gynefin anhygoel. Rwan, da ni wedi bod yn llwyddiannus iawn a cael byd wedi gymeradwyo drwy partneriaeth natur i wneud prosiect i edrach ar iolo yn hytrach na bod y perchnogion yn edrach ar ôl i darn hw a wedi bod rhywun arall yn wneud darn gwahanol drws nesaf ac yn y blaen. Da ni wedi gallu creu prosiect sy'n edrach ar efo fel cynefin. So, da ni wedi creu asesiad Coed, da ni wedi creu rhaglen waith, a'r peth mwyaf pwysig ydy'r cydweithio. So, da ni wedi... Dwi heb bod yn sbectol, sori. So mae yna amrywiaeth o waith yn cymryd lle ar hyd y Long Coed, a'r gwella'r cysylltedd yn y cynefin ydy'r un o'r pethau mwyaf pwysig da ni wedi gallu wneud. So da ni wedi cael asesiad Coed wedi wneud, da ni wedi rhesymegu yr asesiad Coed yna, cos mae pobl yn dueddol i fod yn reit risk averse, o feddwl, mae rhywbeth yn bod fo'r goed yna, rhaid ni dorri lawr. Di hynna mae wir bob un tro. Be da ni'n drio wneud ydy gwella y bioamrywiaeth a gwella y cysylltedd efo'r cynefin. So da ni wedi dod ar draws pethau fel yma. Sy'n drach, mi drach ydy bach yn hyll. Mae'r goedan di rhwygon i hanner a mae chydig bach y fler. Ond beth gyda ni wedi cynefin amazing i bryfetach. A da ni wedi dod, dwi'n gweld hwn reit ddel, mae'n drach ydy bach fel eliffant yn ôl y plant. Ond mae hwn yn gynefin arbennig eto yn ei hun. So ni drach ar hwn wrthrychol, mae bobl yn dueddol i feddwl bod yna risg yna bod rhaid torri'r coed yma. Da ni wedi gallu gweithio fe'r perchnogion a'r partneriaid i ddangos bod yna ffordd o reoli'r coed yma a bod ni wedi gallu cael cyllid i wneud. A drwy idrach ar y gwaith sy'n angen i wneud, mae rhai o'r coed yn idrach chydig bach yn dila ac yndi idrach ar ei hola nhw yn job ddryd. Ond da ni efo'r arbenigedd a di gallu datblygu y hyfforddiant i fedru wneud hyn. So mae'r Long Coed, y gobaith ar y diwedd ydy bod y gaps yn cael ei trwsio a bod ni'n gallu cysylltu a plannu coed newydd a rhoi chydig bach mwy o gysylltedd cynefin i fewn. Cos pwy arall sy'n byw ar y Long Coed ydy ein ffrindiau. Ac os da ni'n edrych ar ôl y cynefin ac yn gwneud siŵr bod y coed mewn cyswllt efo'i gilydd, bod yna le i'r pryfetach a bod ni'n clirio ac yn cadw bob un dim yn dwt ac yn daclus fel sa rhai bobl yn disgwyl i bethau cael ei wneud drwy creu y cynefin, da ni'n creu y lle a'r bwyd, a'r cyflenwad bwyd i'r anifiliad mawr. Fel ein ffrind. Ond be sy'n reit exciting amdan y cyflenwad cyllid yma ydy mae yna arian ar gael i ddehongli a greu celf hefyd i'r Long Coed. Mae yna hen ddarna yna, da chi'n gweld ar y chwith, ie? Dde. Llaw chwith fi, dde chi. So mae gyda ni hen waith, so wedi ydych chi'n gweld mae catar steddfod llynedd wedi cael ei creu allan o ddarn o bren o didisgyn yn y Lôn Coed hefyd. So da ni eisiau datblygu ar y cyswllt yna. Mae rhywbeth pwysig sydd wedi bod yn yr ardal. So da ni wedi comisiynu gwaith gan Stephen Feherty i wneud mwy o waith. A mi fydd yna waith dehongli. A mae gennym fi sgwrsydd diddorol iawn yn mynd yn ei blaen ar y funud i greu darn o gelf allan o gerig i fynd ar hyd y Lôn Coed hefyd yn dehongli y natur a'r rhywogaethau sy'n byw yna. Ond darn bach o waith y bartneriaeth ydy hwn. A efo stafell o bobl creadigol ac efo syniadau, swn i'n annog chi, please, dowch i chwilio amdana ni, Partneriaeth Natur Gwynedd, da ni'n neud bob math o waith diddorol ac exciting ac o'r peth llia i'r peth mwyaf. Dowch i siarad o fi, cos mae gyda ni bres a fydd o'm yna am byth.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i Lea, a glywsoch chi Lea'n deud, mae gan Cyngor Gwynedd bres ar gyfer artistiaeth, partneriaeth. Ia, wel, geith Lea ddeud eto munud. Felly, sgwrsio rwan, we have exactly 12 minutes question and answer. But to make it easier, neu di Lea ddod ista yn Fanco, ac Manon a Dan, would you join us for just question and answer? Mae'n haws os da chi'n dod i fyny ar gyfer pobl sydd yn gwylio adre. It's easier if you're sitting here for the cameras, for people who are listening and watching at home. Sgynna ti, hold on. Diolch. Reit, cwestiwn. Mae Mena yn mynd i ddod round with her microphone, o Gwyn even. Lea, Manon a Dan, diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you. O iawn, hynod o ddiddorol. Are you following me? Yeah. Okay. Rabbiting on here. So tell me quickly, how did it feel? Gold at Chelsea. Go on.
Was that working?
Is it working? No. Di'n gweithio?
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a great, amazing, because it was over 100 people involved in the build altogether. We totted them all up, and some of them are here today, including Manon, who created amazing sculptures for the garden.
Wow.
And so it was really great for everyone. So that was really special.
So do you actually get a gold medal?
It's not real gold, but
isn't it?
No.
Oh. Where's it kept?
In our studio.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
But we got a beautiful vase for the best in category as well. So So
wow.
Gwych
iawn.
Diolch.
Reit, cwestiwn. Oh, John. Gwyn, lle wyt ti? O, chdi allan yn cael smoke, do that.
I was just wondering, Dan, you know the species that you had. What was the variety in the species?
We worked with a charity called Size of Wales Minds Company, and they're protecting tropical forests around the world. And I was reading some papers, and one number jumped out at me that there existed 313 species of tree within 1 hectare of tropical forest, which is absolutely incredible. So the size of this room, you'd probably get three different species of trees. Which is absolutely amazing. Since all the tree species in the UK, there's about 33 in the whole of the UK. So and so we wanted to use 313. So we had 313 different species of plants within the garden, which made it the most diverse garden in Chelsea's history, as far as we know.
Wow. A Manon, be dda ti'n neud fel rhan o'r prosiect?
Be na i ddeud yn Gymraeg?
Unrhyw iaith.
Okay. Wel, nath Daniel Ysera wahodd fi i ymateb i dyluniad yr arth. So nes i weld y sketches a sut oedd y syniadau'n datblygu. Ac un o'r pethau nath daro fi oedd yr ffens ar y cefn efo'r madarch yn tyfu allan ohono fo. Oedd hwnna'n gerflun yn efo ei hun. so sculptural in itself, the back fence. Ac o'n i jyst yn meddwl, yn Chelsea, mae yna gymaint o bobl yn dod i ymweld, ac o'n i'n meddwl sut sa'r cerflun yn gallu adlewyrchu'r ymwelydd mewn ffordd, a dod nhw'n rhan o'r ardd, ac ella'n adlewyrchu ar i effaith nhw ar fyd natur. So o'n i'n gwybod bod fi eisiau defnyddio drychan yn mirrors, a wedyn wrth gwrs i adlewyrchu'r madarch yn y ffens, mae'r madarch yn tyfu allan o'r drycha. So rhywbeth eitha chwaraeus, a wedyn ar y diwrnod y launch, o'n i yna yn cuddiad tu ôl i'r drycha ac dod â'r madarch yn agos at bobl ac yn cuddio yn yr ardd. Oedd o'n diwrnod arbennig, a dwi'n diolch yn fawr am wahodd fi fod yn rhan o'n
Thank you.
Cwestiwn arall?
No.
Go on, think of a question.
Question for all three of you. Ar ôl chi fod yn yr Chelsea, yr ardd, do you think you've had a lot more publicity? Dych chi wedi cael lot mwy o sylw? Felly, ydych chi wedi cael mwy o waith? Dych chi wedi cael cynnig rhywbeth exciting? Gyd i ofyn y cwestiwn dal yn ti'n dall beth i feddwl? Oherwydd bod chi wedi bod yn Llundain i cael lot o sylw i Gymru ac i'r ardd arbennig yma. Dych chi wedi cael mwy o gyfleoedd?
No, I got the rest of it.
Da ia!
Yeah, I just didn't know sylw. Attention.
Yes, so, you know...
Yeah, no, that's fine. So, yeah, we... it's like it's a slow burner really for us. So it's more about raising our profile, and it was really great for Cymru and Gogledd Cymru especially, because in terms of horticulture, the sort of southeast gets all the attention generally. So it was really great, and we had so many people coming from Wales, and they came to see the garden, and they loved that we were there. So that was fantastic for our area. But yeah, in terms of the work that comes in, it's more a slow burner, and the I think the most I got incredible responses from people in the industry who I really admire. Many people who'd got previous best in show gardens, they said that was their favourite garden in the whole show this year. So that will all kind of percolate through, but it's a slower process. Well, it's because it's the garden. It's not like an immediately commercial garden. There's another garden designer I know who he only got a silver medal 2 years ago, but he got enormous jobs off the back of it immediately, because everyone in West London thought, I'll have one of those, and it was like, here's £250,000 to put one in my garden. But like our garden was much more like a artistic piece in itself, and
maybe more sustainable.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
no, exactly. It's not. We don't do luxury gardens or what I call yacht gardens, so like something you could imagine on a yacht. So it's more like got more character, but it's not as commercially minded. So yeah.
Joseph.
Thank you all. Got the mic. Joseph, I work for Cyfan Thurtol Cymru, Natural Resources Wales. It's another question for all of you. I think we've heard some really interesting views on people's relationship with nature, from conforming of what is, speaks as an environmental or ecological space, to the things under our feet, or to the way that we have a grow a relationship with trees, from all of the speakers. If they were reflecting on those and that kind of, especially in this space where we're talking about things that are hyperlocal and things that are really connected to space, is there something that kind of links these different ways that people connect to nature? Is it something that can be quantified? Is it something that's deeply personal, that is always going to be individual, or can we kind of learn from a collective connection to nature?
Leah? Oh, to you.
There's a saying in Welsh called dod at the Coed, which means sort of broadly coming to your senses, or, finding your safe space. I was speaking to the man sat next to me. I live by the beach. Lanamore, I mean, doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't really, take it or leave it. Take me out into the woodland, I'm a different person. I'm a happy person. I'm in my happy space. To the point that if I become a bit grumpy, I get sent up the mountain by my husband because the trees are up there. So I think people connect on different levels, and I think we've got a responsibility to actually get a bit clever about how, public money is a difficult thing to sort of get at, but we need to be clever about how we use it. And a lot of the nature partnership money that I was trying to explain about, we've tried to link with schools and get people to inspire that, actually street trees in Pwllheli, I've been trying to get the schools out to come and have a look at them and look at, actually, this is a live chemistry, physics lesson, and if you've got a disgruntled 14-year-old who's not really interested in going to school, coming out on the tools and sort of potentially sort of talking to sort of two or three guys with tattoos on their heads and chainsaws is going to sort of switch something in their mind that they're going to go, actually, there's a point to it. And I've worked with some very challenging kids when I worked for the Forestry Commission who were sent from school. They weren't allowed in, but they came out to work with us and ended up with GCSEs at the end. So I think we need to look at the value of being outside and sort of being in contact with nature, because I think it's really, really, it can change your life and make you into a nicer wife, apparently.
Diolch. Diolch fawr iawn i'r tri yna chi. Sa rwy'n arall eisiau holi? Any more questions?
Gai just ddiolch i Lea.
O, ma hwn eto de.
Dwi'n gwybod, mae Catrin i gael gofyn dau gwestiwn, do? Na, mae just diolch i Lea, achos da ni yn rhan o'r meithrinfa Coed newydd ar gyfer Long Coed. Gwaith da mae Lea yn neud efo tîm beamrywiaeth. So mae'n hawdd yn ni feirniadu'r cyngor, a mae partneriaeth Natur Gwynedd yn neud gwaith ardderchog a cyfleon i un o celf a natur sy'n holl bwysig wrth gwrs i gefnogi artistiaid hefyd. Ond un peth sydd wedi sobri fi gyna oedd y 5% ar ôl yr fel byd cyntaf. Yn gwybod bod Junko yn deitha ni yn ei chyflwyniad chydig bach yn ôl yna 70% o Japan diolch i ddeg yn Coed. Felly gyda ni lot o waith i wneud oes. Ond diolch ti Lea, yn bod dim.
Da ia, a wedyn, os gawn ni jyst ddeud yn sydyn, os oes y bobl o diddordeb, be oedd y cyfeiriad i gysylltu â chdi eto?
Partneriaeth Natur Gwynedd. Mae gyda fi hwdi neis fe yma, neu godi fo fyny fo'r logo Gwynedd di wneud i ni. Ond os ewch chi ar Facebook a edrych i fyny ar Partneriaeth Natur Gwynedd, da ni'n neud bob math o bethau. Efo dy waith di, o'n i di ysbrydoli, da ni di actually troi 2 landfill sites sydd wedi capio yn ddola bloda gwyllt, a mae un ohonyn nhw yn rhan o fatha un o'r sacs o ti fod diddordeb yn efo. So, da ni yn llythrenol wedi bod yn troi rybys i fewn i natur. A yn y 2 flynedd ola, da ni wedi gallu denu dros 1.5 miliwn o gyllid i fewn i'r sir i wneud gwelliannau a gwahaniaeth mawr i natur yn y sir. So, da ni eisiau ymgysylltu fo chi i gyd.
Felly Partneriaeth
Natur Gwynedd.
Gwynedd. Diolch. Diolch fawr iawn i'r tri ohonoch chi. Diolch.
Diolch fawr iawn.
A mae amser just yn hedfan. John and Junko, would you come up? Diolch. Wel, fasa ni ddim yma heddiw, heblaw am y ddau yma. We wouldn't be here today without you two. Would we? Coed, coexist. So, cyn I mi anghofio, before I forget, after we chat now, mae Gwyn di gofyn, os awn ni gyd tu allan, if we can all go out just for a quick photo before we all leave. Just allan ar y ffrant, allan ar y ffrant yma na. OK, deud hynny eto.
Flaen y car park, lle mae roundabout.
Okay. By the car park, please, before you whiz away. So, dyma'r dechrau. This is the beginning of Coed Coexist. And it started well. Are you happy?
Yes, very happy, yeah. We've got just so many thanks, isn't it, to say to everyone turning up, but also Gwyn and the whole staff, and Alex, you know, and everybody, just working so hard. I can't believe this has happened, really. It's been a bit of a quick affair, really. God bless them. Everyone's just worked really hard. Yeah, it's just it's a really positive start, to answer your question.
So this is the start. What's the next step?
So we kind of been thinking.
Closer.
Hello. So when we proposed this idea was back in April. This idea was sitting in our dinner table since 7 years ago. And then Alex and Gwyn got idea, let's do symposium first. So that wasn't our idea, this is actually. And then, so this is a three-phase project. And so first is symposium. So everybody here, we targeted you because every one of you supposed to have this spider net for yourself. So hopefully you have a word, spread the word with your own community. Then what we want you to do today is basically attract any new idea, like any idea basically. It does not have to be earthy, could be any business, any literature, poem or music, chef, anything, and to get some idea to do with Coed, basically, a tree. Then we welcome any proposal. We're trying to sort of probably bridge some commission work or something, then aiming to have 2026, is it right? Sorry. 2026, hopefully in autumn or before, I can't remember. Before this amazing summer show, hopefully, to have some events and exhibition to show outcome, also probably continuous after that. So third phase is probably bridge some sort of one of the dream is bring this Japanese artisan or something, could be Spanish. We have no clue because plus with you here, you build a new artist residence studios, something like that. Yeah. So we want a cultural development in the future, and then if we could contribute this 2026 idea to go even more further, to deepen the roots, like a mycelium tree around the tree. It's basically spider net of a cultural deep depth. It's not like calling loads of tourism or anything like that, actually. They're all about community here to make deepen, interesting, new idea and artwork and even music. Like a blanket and noodle, there was a point of a start. Why not to create a new start? To carry on 300 years later. Oh, that's Coed coexist. That they started this new bits of new crafts. The origin maybe could be now, today. It'd be my dream, our dream. Yeah.
Yeah, so please, you know, all your amazing minds here. It's just let's keep that going, as you said, and even immediately you can. There's a little tree on the wall there. You can write comments or ideas and stick them. There's leaves there you write on. You can stick them on the tree. So fill that tree up with sort of nice comments, hopefully, and good ideas. And then we can collect them. And obviously we've got your details as well. So we will contact you, hopefully. And as Junko said, spread the word further than this room, and then we can grow these traditions. I think that's the word, isn't it? We can start these traditions that don't exist, or we can rekindle the traditions that do exist. And then the Thean is such a special place, and I think we just want to grow and celebrate that, I think, yeah.
John, can you mention the beech tree?
Yes.
Oh, and the beech tree. Yeah, I've got about 7 tons of beech tree that we've moved. So obviously woodworkers, the material is there, but and anything that you can think of related to this. So obviously, as an exhibition, it'd be a physical exhibition. So it'd be nice to have some woodwork in there, wouldn't it? But it can be anything like, smoking it to make bacon, or we don't know. It's up to us as a collective to make this exciting show and beyond, basically. So. Joch of for everything, and it's been an amazing day. Thank you very much.
And also the things we kind of this is example, this piece of a beach is that we collected in our house is total mess. We got whole pyramid of this. And then so we kept for all of these maker artists, anyone want to come and collect, please come and help yourself and then make something out of it for 2026 would be great. And then, you know, it could be charcoal, why not? And then could be make pigment out of it or directly, you know, scan the sort of surface and then even scientific research. It would be amazing, to be honest. And
also, woodwork is here as well. If you actually want to, it's green at the moment, so I'm going to plank it hopefully before.
Quick.
Going to plank it before winter, because beach is not very good left outside. So, you know, literally contact me if you want some wood and what size as well, because I'm going to plank it, but try and be sympathetic to the bits that I've got as well. Yeah.
So, what's the best point of contact for both of you with Coed Coexist now? Where's the
probably Instagram, direct mail.
And is it going to be you two who are...
Yes, I'm in the gallery as well.
And Glynneweddw.
Yeah, Plaster as well, yeah.
So Alex, maybe. Poor Alex. Diolch, Alex.
But as you say, welcome to contact through Instagram and yeah.
As well.
Sa rhywun eisiau gofyn rhywbeth I John a Junko? Any questions for John and Junko? Oes. Manon.
Oh, sorry, the microphone, I've just left it on there. Yeah. No, it's just on the box. Got one? Oh, you got one? Oh, you got one.
Yeah, thank you both, first of all, for the invitation to be part of it today. And I'm just wondering, between now and 2026, the period of the exhibition, will there be an opportunity for everyone to come together again, or to bring more people along, or some kind of get-together and meet up in between, or how do you imagine kind of keeping the dynamic going?
That's a
good question.
question.
Is nodding, so it is a yes.
I think that's the feeling I'm getting. We must get together again and meet. Maybe we can't afford so much food next time.
So
bring your own food.
Barbecue on the beach.
Maybe a glass of wine.
Yeah, barbecue on the beach with some charcoal. We can make some.
No, Leah doesn't like beaches. We have to.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But no, definitely, Manon, we'll have to do this. I think more than once again, and as you say, bring other creative people together as well. It's about merging art and nature and getting these wonderful people together. And we must remember there's 80 people at least online watching us as well.
Oh, right, yeah.
So
diolch. Os da chi'n gwylio ar y we, if you're watching online, diolch yn fawr iawn a gobeithio bod chi wedi mwynhau. A sorry de, ond da chi wedi methu'r bwyd. I just say thank you. The food was excellent. Diolch yn fawr iawn for feeding us.
So I think we need more feedback. Please leave feedback and your contact details, and we'll do a few events, maybe in the evenings or whenever it's convenient for people.
And Junko, quickly, how do I say diolch yn fawr in Japanese? Yep.
Arigatou gozaimashita.
Arigato. Arigato.
Gozaimashita.
Oh, that's a bit long. So if I say, I've learnt this bit, actually, I'm cheating. Arigato.
Do itashimashite. Croeso.
Diolch o galon i'r... Wel, sut yn egluro ac yn disgrifio yr ddau yma. Ffantastig. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mae cael nabo chi yn rhywbeth arbennig iawn ac yn fraint. Diolch. Diolch. A diolch i chi i gyd am ddod. A cofiwch my llun. Tan tro nesa. Diolch.